Testing.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record for case 9692, the PG&E rate case. So one preliminary question I have, this is for staff and OPC. I understand that there's some difference of opinion regarding the comparison sheets. What I was told. So. My understanding is there's some difference between OPC and staff regarding some of the numbers. Now, if that's not true, then we'll just move on. So, but that's what I was told. So.
So, Your Honor, when staff sent that out, it did go with a letter. The letter did say that OPC and DOD had not had an opportunity to review, but when we gave you your own copies in print that you could read, by that time OPC and DOD had both reviewed those, so I'm not aware of any
Okay. Okay.
difference.
So as far as parties are concerned, we're okay with this sheet. So. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, that works. Guess we'll get the right people back in place.
Your Honor, would like to address a different preliminary matter when it's appropriate. Go ahead.
Go right
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. William Fields for the Office of People's Counsel. I'd like to briefly address the issue raised by BGE yesterday morning regarding a press release that my office issued. We think that's not in any way inappropriate. It's actually, we feel responsibility to keep our customers informed of the work we're doing on their behalf. We also take very seriously the accusation that we've violated a rule of professional conduct for attorneys, but we will respond to that fully at a later time. We certainly disagree with that accusation. The press release discussed the public filing, which is expressly permitted under the rules. And this issue raises a bigger question of why the commission would want to restrict information about a matter concerning the public interest from the public. But the particular reason that I am taking up your time on this morning is that OPC, I wanted to inform the commission that we were invited to participate in a public forum regarding this rate case. It's on Thursday evening of this week. We were invited about a month ago. It's being put on by Mary Perg. We don't know. There could be press there. We don't know. We thought it was best to inform the commission that we intend to participate in that forum, provided we have someone who can be pulled away from the hearing to actually participate. But we wanted to make you aware of that, so it didn't come as a surprise if there is some kind of press related to it.
Sounds good.
Can I be heard
Sure.
just briefly? Yeah, so I appreciate Office of People's Counsel taking this matter seriously. We do as well. But counsel is absolutely incorrect when he states that just because this is a public proceeding, that they can comment on the matters in the press. In fact, having involvement over many years with Bar Counsel and the cases that interpret the rules of professional conduct, I can say that if we were to apply OPC's interpretation, then no matter that is filed in civil court would be excluded from the rule because, of course, all of those are public proceedings as well. The rule and the cases interpreting the rule are very clear that once a matter is in an administrative or litigative process, that counsel should not be discussing those matters in the press, as it would have the influence over public perception that would influence or could influence, it's just could influence outcomes in the case. And it can also confuse matters that are being decided and have yet to be decided and yet to be discussed in this case. In particular, the matter that was concerning in this latest press release by OPC was a matter that was actually not in OPC's surrebuttal filing expressly. It was additional information that has not yet been before this commission. And that's a concern because the parties have not testified under oath on this matter. So what you essentially have is OPC litigating a case in the press, not under oath, as opposed to being able to testify before this commission under oath. This is why it is appropriate that this body do exactly what this body did and suggest to OPC and to other parties, including us, that we confine our comments to this proceeding and not in the public domain.
Your Honor, I didn't intend to debate this here this morning, and like I said, we're going to respond fully at a later time. What counsel said is entirely wrong. In fact, I mean, the company has commented about this case repeatedly since it's been filed. So I just don't see the distinction. What he said about what's in our press release is not right. What he said about the rule is not right. And we're, like I said, we'll be taking this up at another time.
And just very briefly, if I may, is not a matter of commenting on a proceeding in general to say a matter's been filed and this is what's been filed. It's when you actually get into evidentiary issues that are before the proceeding, as the press release by OPC did. They actually got into matters that are going to be testified to and were testified to in this case. That is the distinction. It is not just merely that you mention the fact that there is a proceeding, these are the things that are proceeding. Those are in the public domain, yes. The matters that OPC went into are not in any filing that OPC actually publicly made. They commented on the evidentiary aspects of it in a way that was based on their interpretation or their witnesses' interpretations who have not yet been heard before this tribunal.
That's absolutely not right.
Well, just
On both counts.
so just to put your to put this in some perspective. You know, as I mentioned when this issue came up the other day, you know, these proceedings are different, in my mind at least, than court proceedings where there's concern about impacting the jury. You know, the folks that sit up here, you know, were selected because of a certain amount of expertise and experience. I think all of us are well aware of what information is relevant for our consideration and our decisions and what isn't. And so while there may be information that's in the general public, you know, and we may actually see it, I think you don't have to be concerned about it, you know, influencing our decisions. We take our responsibility under the Public Utilities article very seriously, and it's our intention to confine our decision to the information that's presented in this hearing room, the information that was presented in the filings and come out of the cross-examination, and that's what we will base our decision on. So,
Thank you, Your Honor.
okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have one other preliminary, completely separate from that discussion. Given that we're now in the intervener part of the case, the company would request that all interveners go through their examination questions first, and then the company, as the petitioner, do its cross-examination before going to the commission.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is that when we move to cross-examination, that list of names I read yesterday, I go through that list and then have you be the last entity before we go to staff.
Yes, because they're all interveners and we're the petitioner.
Sure. Anybody have a problem with that? Or?
Respectfully, Your Honor, I object to that request. I think unless I'm unaware of how things have been done in prior proceedings, I think it's common for the petitioner to go first on cross-examination, and then followed by the interveners. I think that's how it's been done before, and that's how it should continue to be done.
Staff have a view on this?
Staff acknowledges that that is not the normal procedure, but staff has no objections.
Well, I guess my understanding is that the normal process is to,
And should I, if I may,
Sure.
so we have generally gone last. That's generally been the case, and the reason for that is we actually have the burden in the case.
I understand that part, yeah.
So it is generally that we have gone last.
Staff is just curious, so when does OPC and staff go in this course of proceeding?
Well-
Does the company go and then OPC and then staff?
No, I guess what I'm suggesting is all the interveners we
Right,
go
yeah.
in the same order
Right.
that they've gone before, and then the company would be the last examiner of the witness, on the other side before.
But I guess the way I interpreted your initial request is that, not that you go last, but did you go last before staff? Because traditionally staff's going, so you actually want to go last. You-
All interveners and then the petitioner.
Wait a minute. Sure.
Your Honor, the only case I'm aware in which this has been done, staff has gone last. It was a PEPCO proceeding.
So staff would object to not going last.
And, Your Honor, I stand by my initial objection.
All right, well, given the fact that I got at least two entities that don't want to do this, we're not going to grant it, so.
So just to be clear, where would we go in the sequence of the examinations as the petitioner?
Well, would you be happy if I took you at the end of the other interveners? So I mean, so hypothetically, OPC witness on the stand, we would do the list that I did yesterday, and including MEA, and then you would go, and then staff would go.
That's fine.
Okay. Does that work for people?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Okay. I need you. Yeah.
Yes.
Can we-
Thank you, Your Honor, and good morning, Commissioners. I'm Bob Weissar, and this is my colleague Matthew Graham. We're counsel to Amtrak. We'd like to present the testimony of Aaliyah A. Munger. Ms. Munger, could you state your full name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Aaliyah A. Munger. My business address is 370 Main Street, Worcester, Mass. 01608.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to have marked for identification 3 Amtrak exhibits. As Amtrak Exhibit 1, the testimony of Aaliyah A. Munger, which was pre-filed with the Commission on June 20th. That testimony includes 3 exhibits. As Amtrak Exhibit 2, the rebuttal testimony of Aaliyah A. Munger, which was pre-filed with the commission on July 31st. And finally, as a Amtrak Exhibit 3, the surrebuttal testimony of Aaliyah A. Munger, which was pre-filed with the commission on August 25th.
So marked.
Thank you. Ms. Munger, was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for the admission of Amtrak Exhibits 1, 2, and 3.
Seeing no objection, admitted.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Oh, sure. Yeah, it should be 1, 2, and 3. Yeah. So
I mean, I guess if you have
look at the top.
your hand to go out.
I didn't introduce it yet.
Okay. All right.
It's also on here. It's also right.
Right. Yeah. I understand.
So waiting to see what it is.
Belts and suspenders.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Sorry, I didn't know what it was. Thank you.
Your Honor, Ms. Munger is available for cross-examination. Thank you.
So Walmart.
With the reliable constant that Walmart leads the way, I have no questions.
Sierra Club. Get me Amtrak. Montgomery County. Let's see. Supplier Coalition. Prince George's County. IBEW. Department of Defense. Maryland Energy Administration. Okay. OPC.
No questions.
The company.
No questions.
Staff.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Catherine Moriarty on behalf of Staff Council. Good morning, Ms. Munger. I just have a few questions for you.
All right, good morning.
Witness Munger, referring to page 5 of your surrebuttal,
Okay.
okay, regarding your proposed revenue reduction for Schedule T customers, starting at line 17, you state, "It is unclear why Mr. Hoppick submitted this calculation of the percentage revenue reduction I recommended as a fraction of current Schedule T base distribution revenue." This is a BG&E base distribution rate case, correct?
My understanding is for distribution revenue, yes?
Actually, can you speak up a
Oh,
little
sorry.
bit? Yeah.
Witness Munger, referring to the end of page 5 and the beginning of page 6 of your surrebuttal, you state, this is right after the section I just read. Nor is it clear that why he used base distribution revenues as the denominator rather than total Schedule T revenue of approximately 4.7 million as BG&E's E-cost indicates. You state that correct?
Yes.
Isn't it true that 4.7 million, the number you cite in your testimony, includes Rider 2 energy efficiency charges, franchise tax, universal service charge, and electric environmental surcharge revenues in addition to Schedule T base distribution revenue?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
What non-base distribution revenue are you proposing to reduce or change?
So with my proposal, I was working off of what the company had originally submitted, and they were working off of the relative rate of return that includes the total, not just the base distribution revenues. So looking at what Mr. Hoppick had submitted, when he was comparing the base distribution revenues only, it caused a distortion to what the relative rate of return is. And it's causing an artificially low relative rate of return by only forcing the base distribution revenue when everyone else, well, when the company and myself have been doing the analysis, we've been looking at the total.
Okay. Okay, so on page 12 of your direct testimony, you recommend reducing Schedule T revenues such that it results in an RROR of no more than 1.1, correct?
Page 12. Yes.
And isn't it correct that your bill impact estimate for moving Schedule T to an RROR to 1.1, rounding down, assumes approximately $1,900,000 in reduction in Schedule 2 base distribution revenue?
Yeah, that sounds correct.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that approximately $1,900,000 reduction in Schedule T base distribution revenue represents more than an approximately 85% reduction in Schedule T base distribution revenue?
I apologize. Not just base distribution revenues, for the total, for the 1.9 million reduction would be based on the total, not just base.
So that would be a reduction in Schedule T base distribution revenue of more than approximately 85%.
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Do you acknowledge that approximately $1,900,000 reduction in Schedule T base distribution revenue represents more than approximately 85% reduction in Schedule T base distribution revenue?
My analysis was based on the total, not just the base distribution, so subject to check. But that sounds, in the ballpark if it was just base distribution, but my analysis was based on the total.
Okay. On page 13 of your direct testimony, you state, the commission has approved this kind of rate realignment before, citing order number 86060 and case number 9326, correct?
Yes.
Do you acknowledge that in order 86060, the commission approved a 10% decrease in Schedule T base distribution revenues?
That's my understanding.
And on page 10 of your direct testimony, you present a forecast of decreasing Schedule R revenue in calendar year 2026 relative to 2021 Schedule R distribution revenue, correct?
Can I have that page reference again, please?
Yes, page 10 on the direct testimony.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. You present a forecast of decreasing Schedule R revenue in calendar year 2026 relative to 2021 Schedule R distribution revenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you believe that in calendar year 2026 Schedule R distribution revenue will be lower than it was in 2021?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you believe that in calendar year 2026 Schedule R distribution revenue will be lower than what it was in 2021?
Based on my analysis, looking at the trend from the last 5 rate cases, that is what the results show, is that it would continue to decrease, being further away from the 10% bandwidth of 1 for the RROR for the residential class.
Okay. And an ROR adjustment from 19.11 to 1.1 isn't a gradual movement, correct?
That's one metric to look at it. I think for the theory of gradualism, a reduction isn't going to really cause rate shock to ratepayers. So, but it is a large difference, yes.
Okay. And currently, Amtrak does not have any AMI replacement costs included in the AMI cost allocation to Schedule T, correct?
That is my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay. Any questions from commissioners? Oh. No, I asked them. So,
Oh, this is-
they were fine. Yeah,
Right,
so we
okay.
did. So, any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Harvey? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, Amtrak calls Mr. Stan Frenyars to the stand.
I do.
Could you state your full name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Stan C. Frenyers. I'm at Daymark Energy Advisors, 370 Main Street in Worcester, Mass.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to have marked for identification 2 additional Amtrak exhibits as Amtrak Exhibit 4, the testimony of Stan C. Frenyars, which was pre-filed with the Commission on June 20th. That testimony includes one rather lengthy exhibit. And as Amtrak Exhibit 5, the rebuttal testimony of Stan C. Frenyars.
Just so we're straight, number 4 is the direct testimony.
Correct,
Yeah,
direct
okay,
testimony.
sure.
And as Amtrak Exhibit 5, the rebuttal testimony of Stan C. Frenyars, which was pre-filed with the Commission on July 31st, 2023.
So marked.
Mr. Frenyars, was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to your testimony?
One minor errata. This is on page 26, line 9. The reference to ECOS for year 3 should be changed to ECOS for year 1.
Do you have any other changes?
I do not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission Amtrak Exhibits 4 and 5.
Seeing no objections, so admitted.
Mr. Frenyars is available for cross-examination.
Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club. Montgomery County, not here. Supplier Coalition, not here. Prince George's County. IBEW. Department of Defense. Maryland Energy Administration.
Sorry for not introducing myself. Michelle Hogan. I'm Mr. NDA.
Fine. Office of People's Council.
No cross.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Sorry. No questions.
Staff.
Good morning again, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Catherine Moriarty on behalf of Staff Council. Good morning, Mr. Frenyars.
Frenyers.
Frenyars, sorry, apologize.
Good morning, Council.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. You could turn to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony, please.
I'm there.
Okay. Starting at line 13, you state, "It appears from a review of Mr. Hoppeck's exhibit DH-3 that he is measuring relative rates of return somewhat differently than how BG&E is measuring relative rates of return, correct?"
That's correct.
Did you review the Excel version of Mr. Hoppeck's exhibit DH-3 with all the formula intact and links unlocked provided to Amtrak Council?
I did.
Okay, so on page 13 of your rebuttal, starting at lines 14 and carrying over to page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, you state that you use the BG&E e-cost model and reduce Schedule T distribution revenue by $200,000, and this resulted in a Schedule T RROR of 17.08, correct?
That's 17.8.
Correct. Oh, I see the difference. Yes, I apologize. 17.8. Do you acknowledge that the same analysis shows a Schedule T ROR, or rate of return, of 116.44%?
Subject to check, yes.
And do you acknowledge that this 116.44% is nearly identical to the resulting Schedule T ROR, or rate of return, witness Hoppeck presents in Exhibit DH-3 in his direct testimony?
I recall they were close, yes.
Okay, thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Freniers, when you were running your calculations, why did you use the BGE e-costs and not staff's?
Primarily because over the past 5 rate cases, the BG ECOS has been the standard format or standard model used to develop the full cost allocation results.
Did you view one ECOS as superior to the other?
Not necessarily. I just wanted to make sure that the commission had a common frame of reference.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Sussman, Commissioner Barve, Commissioner Richard?
Just, I was looking at your rebuttal testimony on page 7, and looking at lines 2, 3, and 4. And I'm trying to recall from the last rate case, but I believe there was an effort made to try to, provide some relief to the ROR, and at this point, it looks like it actually did increase from the previous case. I just want to find out if there's a structural issue why, in our efforts to try to provide this relief, we seem to be failing, and you had this increase, I guess, from 11.95 to 1911 between those cases, even with the effort to try to provide some means of addressing the inequity.
Sure, Commissioner. So the $200,000 reduction at that time was a step in the right direction. That alone did not lead to the increase in the relative rate of return. The relative rate of return is impacted by any number of factors that are related to the direct cost of service for base distribution revenue, and as well all of the riders. And I think, to answer your question, I think it just goes to show that a much more meaningful level of relief would be needed to bring that relative rate of return down from, well into the double digits now, even back then. So I think it just serves to highlight how, drastically overcharged Schedule T was and has been for a number of rate case cycles here.
Okay. And In this case, if I'm reading this all correctly, our staff is suggesting a relative rate of return decrease of 40%, and you're finding that, which I guess equates to a $200,000 reduction in rates. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead,
but that
please
is
finish.
that is a 40% reduction in the relative rate of return. Is that correct?
In the relative rate of return, as staff proposes, that it's possible. Staff's numbers are somewhat distorted because they're focusing only on base distribution revenues. But I don't believe going from 19.11 to 17.8, which is what I calculated, is a 40% reduction. It's far lower than that.
Okay. All right, I don't think I have any other questions, but I will be interested in taking this up with staff, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. All of you, all the commission, it's a pleasure to appear again before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, Amtrak has no further witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, why don't you come to the table and then, because I assume Amtrak will be moving on.
Mr. Chairman, I think that should be Amtrak's new branding and slogan. Moving along. Service from D.C. to New York, 6 times a day, every hour on the hour.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Walters.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Christopher Walters. My business address is 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Suite 140, Chesterfield, Missouri 63017.
And did you prepare pre-filed written testimony in this proceeding on or about June 20th, 2023 that was filed in this case?
Yes,
Do you have that with you today?
I do.
Did that include 15 exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we would mark as DOD 1 the pre-filed written testimony of Mr. Christopher Walters with 15 exhibits filed in this docket on June 20th, 2023.
So marked.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
Just minor changes to a table on page 5 of my direct.
And what is the change?
If you start on line 7, working from left to right, instead of 964, it should be 9.52. Instead of 9.53%, it should be 9.50%. Instead of 50%, it should be 53%. Instead of 57%, it should be 63%. And instead of 82%, it should be 84%.
And other than the changes in that table, do you still stand by the rest of your testimony and exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I would offer DOD 1 into evidence.
Seeing no objections, admitted.
Mr. Walters is prepared for cross-examination.
So, Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition. Prince George's County IBEW. MEA. OPC.
No questions.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No questions.
Staff.
Staff has no questions.
Any from the... Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
I do.
Good morning, Mr. Gorman.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and business address for the record, please?
My name is Michael Gorman. Business address is 16690 Swingley Ridge Road, Chesterfield, Missouri.
And did you prepare pre-filed written testimony and 2 exhibits on or about June 20th, 2023 in this proceeding that were filed in the court, in the
Yeah.
commission?
I did, yes.
Do you have that with you today?
I do.
And did you also prepare on July 31st rebuttal testimony with 1 exhibit that was filed in with the commission docket on or about July 31st, 2023?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, DOD would mark the June 20th testimony as DOD exhibit number 2 with exhibits, and the July 31st rebuttal testimony and exhibit as DOD number 3.
So marked.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gorman, do you have any changes to your testimony?
I do not know.
Mr. Chairman, DOD would offer DOD exhibits 2 and 3 into evidence.
Seeing no objection, so admitted.
Mr. Gorman, you just heard testimony from the Amtrak witness regarding Schedule T. That was the subject of your rebuttal testimony. Could you summarize your rebuttal testimony for the commission regarding the Schedule T
Yeah.
transmission dispute?
In my rebuttal testimony, I've further comment on my position in my direct testimony that the company's proposed adjustments to the rate schedules to gradually move to cost of service is reasonable. Amtrak witnesses provided evidence that there has been a lag in adjusting Schedule Rate T to cost of service over time, even with the gradual movement to cost of service. Based on the company's class cost of service study, I attempted to demonstrate that a greater movement to cost of service for rate Schedule T, when shifting revenue collections to the residential class, which are currently priced below cost of service, would have a de minimis impact on the increase to residential customers. It was done as an illustration, recognizing that there is a significant difference in the revenues in the company's cost of service study and the revenue spread methodologies in this case. So that was done to show that there can be a greater movement to cost of service for customer classes which are priced well above cost of service without having a detrimental impact to classes that are priced below cost of service by giving them a slightly higher increase.
And Mr. Gorman, are you aware that the only 2 customers under this rate class are the National Security Agency at Fort Meade and Amtrak?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, is this live rejoinder? I don't know what's happening. I thought he was being presented for examination.
No one had any questions or objections to my questions, but I'm happy to move on.
I'm objecting and move to strike.
With the objection, I would go ahead and offer Mr. Gorman for cross-examination.
Okay. Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition. IBEW. Maryland Energy Administration. OPC.
No questions.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No questions.
Staff.
Yes, good morning. Catherine Moriarty on behalf of staff. I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Gorman.
Good morning.
In your direct testimony on page 24, lines 4 through 5,
Sorry. I'm there.
you state gradual movement toward cost of service is fair and reasonable and should be approved. Do you agree you made that statement?
I do. Still support it.
In your rebuttal testimony, exhibit MPG-R1, which is the first exhibit after page 4 of your rebuttal testimony,
Yes.
you present an analysis where you reduce Schedule T base rate revenue by $2.7 million, correct?
I do, to illustrate the impact on Schedule R if it is increased by that same amount.
Isn't it true that this would result in negative base distribution rates?
For Schedule T, it would, yes, but that's not my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Staff has no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Fleshman, Barbie, Commissioner Richard. So.
Yeah, just since you were cut off just a minute ago, I was kind of interested in what you were talking about. Could you just briefly go ahead and, since you're here and we've been provided you as a testimony, an expert witness, do you want to go ahead and just summarize, particularly touching on anything in your rebuttal testimony that you think is important for us to know?
I do. The notion of adjusting customer class rates to align with cost of service typically is done in a gradual manner, so there is no detrimental impact on any specific rate class. So for classes that are priced below cost of service, there's a gradual movement up to cost of service, and for other classes that are priced above cost of service, there typically is a gradual movement down to cost of service. Recognizing that Schedule T has been priced significantly above cost of service per the company's own class cost of service study for many years now, I studied whether or not a direct movement based on the results of the company's class cost of service study to adjust to adjust Schedule T to cost of service and to shift the revenue collection to Schedule R would create a burdensome impact on Schedule R rates, and I found that it would not, largely because Schedule R is a much larger rate class than is Schedule T. So a greater movement towards cost of service for Schedule T than that proposed by the company, if it is collected from Schedule R rates, would not create a detrimental impact on Schedule R customers and would be consistent with the notion of gradually moving each rate classes towards cost of service.
Okay. And that has been a policy of the commission to try to come up with the relative rates of return that, at least move in the direction of being equitable, at one. Do you have a specific recommendation as far as the National Security Agency, DOD in this case?
I haven't made a specific recommendation on design of Schedule T rates or the degree to which, the speed in which it should be moved to cost of service. I'm simply observing that a greater movement to cost of service for AT, if shifting to Schedule R, would not create a burdensome impact on Schedule R customers.
Okay. And so you don't have anything to give us as far as a chart or, I guess, kind of a threshold or sort of a sensitivity analysis?
I have not done that. I know Amtrak witnesses have done that, so I have not addressed that issue.
Okay. Well, I know we have looked at that in past rate cases, and so I'm just interested why it seems like these same rate class T comes back and we're still at significant, I guess, higher rates of relative rates of return than they seem to should be. So anyway.
That's precisely why I offered the additional testimony to show that more of a movement to cost of service for that rate Schedule T would not create burdens on other customers and can resolve the problems with Schedule T rates.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, none for me. Thank you very much. So, question for staff, and this is more on the schedule. So MEA's witness is going tomorrow. But I have a witness on my list, Steve Lanning. Is he?
Yes, one of the union's witness
Yeah.
is
So, I'm not sure.
Let me look for the attorney.
I think there was some correspondence about whether or not they were going to be able to appear, but we would like to confirm with their attorney.
Okay.
Okay, I don't think that witness is going to appear today. He's sick.
I see. Okay. But he may be tomorrow.
I don't know.
Council, there was an email. Your Honor, there's an email that was, I think, counsel for the union sent out indicating that his witness was sick and might not be able to appear, and asked parties to stipulate. But I don't know how much follow-up there was to that email.
Thank you. So at this point, we'd be turning to OPC, correct?
That's my understanding, Your Honor.
So, but I guess what I'm looking at the clock on the wall. I guess what I'm thinking is maybe now we should take the lunch break before we start with your witnesses, because it may take a while, and I don't want to have sort of a kind of hybrid lunch break. So why don't we adjourn until 1 o'clock?
Well, and if we could just wait, in terms of order of witnesses, can you give us a sense of the order for today? Oh.
We have that. So don't-
Okay, never mind.
And I think there might have been some changes, so I'm happy to give.
Well, if you want to go ahead
OPC's
and
proposed witness
and
schedule.
say so, go
So
right
our-
ahead. So
our first witness we plan to put on is Ron Nelson,
Mhm.
followed by David Efron, Courtney Lane, Kenji Takahashi, and Randy Woolridge.
Right. Okay, that's the list I have. So.
And
So this list is it. I can forward this to you.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so with that, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thanks. Okay, back on the record for 9692.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Office of People's Counsel calls Mr. Nelson to the stand, and I think he's already there. Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Ron.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
Yeah, he needs
Ah.
to.
Yeah, so.
I do.
Oh, actually, before you get into that, there's a preliminary matter I have to deal with. Apparently, I was informed during lunch break that I forgot to rule on the company's motion to strike the conversation between the Department of Defense attorney and its witness in light of the questions that we had after that and the information that the commission needs on that issue. We're going to deny the company's motion to strike that rejoinder between DOD's attorney and their witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Nelson, could you please state your name for the record?
Ron, R-O-N, Nelson, N-E-L-S-O-N.
Could you please state the name of your business and its address?
Strategy Consulting at 10265 Rockingham Drive, suite number 100-4061, Sacramento, California, 95827.
And could you state the position that you hold at Strategen?
Senior Director.
Mr. Nelson, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of Ron Nelson, filed on June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
Does this document contain 55 pages of narrative testimony and 3 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document as OPC Exhibit 33.
34.
34, excuse me.
So marked.
Mr. Nelson, do you also have before you a document entitled The Surrebuttal Testimony of Ron Nelson, filed on August 25th, 2023?
I do.
And does this document contain 28 pages of narrative testimony and 1 exhibit?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document as OPC Exhibit 35.
So marked.
Mr. Nelson, were these documents that have been identified and are before you now prepared by you or for you under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimonies at this time?
No, I do not.
And if you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And for these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, OPC moves that Exhibits 34 and 35 be admitted into evidence.
No, without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the witness is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition. IBEW. They're not here either. Department of Defense. Not here. Maryland Energy Administration. BG&E.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions from the bench? Commissioner Sussman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about your testimony regarding increases in the customer charge and the fact that when a customer sees a flat charge, it doesn't provide them with price signals, and the price signals come only from a volumetric charge and sort of adjustments to that. And then I also saw your testimony about low-income customers having a lower usage than higher-income customers. I guess the one question that I have is, I agree that there's a value in a volumetric charge in terms of price signals and being able to switch either to conserve or to switch to other times of the day. But But did you look at situations where customers are inelastic in terms of their ability to switch? You know, somebody who is on oxygen, or somebody who has higher needs that could correspond to the system peak, and also customers who are in buildings that have great need for energy efficiency, weatherization, and so have higher charges because their usage is inefficient, and are not able to lower their usage because their appliances are inefficient and they need weatherization. So,
Great question. I'm gonna try to split that into two pieces.
Please.
And you can tell me if I'm missing a piece.
I will.
So, the first part of that question was talking about, very specific customer sets where they might be on oxygen or need electricity for life-saving machinery. To my knowledge, most utilities either have a special tariff for those people, or they know that those customers exist, and those customers may also have backup generation if it's that serious. So I think that's a relatively small population that can be addressed outside of the default tariff. And so that's how I would suggest kind of looking at those, because they have very specific electricity service needs.
Okay.
That are not your common average customer.
Right, and the reason I'm asking is mostly because if we agree to your proposal and move most of those charges to a volumetric charge, we just want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that would allow customers to be responsive. If they can't be responsive, then it doesn't make sense to do that. So that was kind of my question.
Yes, and then the second part is kind of the instance where you may have a customer that has an inefficient home and the price signal that would be delivered to those customers. Is that accurate?
That's right.
So, with respect to elasticity, customers, if there are substitutes for whatever service you're consuming, that means you have elastic demand, right? And so weatherization, a good example of that would be an investment in energy efficiency is a substitute for consuming electricity, right? You can reduce your electricity load, so they are price elastic. They're not perfectly inelastic.
Right.
And so the price signal will actually incentivize energy efficiency if it's more volumetric, because they will have a lower payback period for any investment in energy efficiency that they make.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Maybe Commissioner Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for being here today. I was noticing your resume. I guess your work in Minnesota, and that you've testified in a lot of different, rate cases around the country. Just to ask you first about the customer charge. I think if I'm reading this correctly, the company is proposing a dollar increase over 3 years, so that's stretched over 3 years, and for gas, $1.50 over 3 years. In your experiences, would you consider that a relatively modest increase in the customer charge?
Well, the most recent trends I've seen throughout the U.S., I mean, I've actually started to see customer charges be reduced. In Xcel Energy's Minnesota rate case, the electric customer charge went down to $5 from $8 or $10, I believe. And then in Oklahoma, Public Service of Oklahoma decreased their customer charge as well in their most recent rate case.
Okay. Two decreases, I mean, in other states?
Other
Yeah, I mean,
instances?
Because I know that you have testified in quite a few different states in a number of cases. So
Yeah, there's proposals on on the table in Illinois for all of the gas utilities there, but those have not been, there's not a final order in those cases. So I think that you saw, the history of the customer charges around 2013, utilities really started pushing high fixed charges because they saw net metering and distributed generation as a threat to their business model. And so they wanted to collect more of their system through a fixed charge. And so that's when you saw a lot of the debate around fixed charges. If you looked in the early 90s, depending on jurisdiction, you saw them pushing for lower customer charges because sales was growing. And so you could see that happening again at some point as well. And so, but from 2013, they started pushing a lot for fixed charges, for fixed charge increases, very large ones. I think that's more tapered off, and you're seeing lower increases proposed, and you're also seeing some decreases. I think Hawaii is another one that decreased their customer charge recently as well.
To decrease, okay.
But they're going to default TOU in Hawaii.
Okay, and that's why I wanted to kind of get into a better understanding of just overall rate design with dynamic rates, time of use. I started probably here 8 years ago, and I was really kind of skeptical about demand customer charges because then our policy was pretty straightforward. We'd like to have more renewable energy, rooftop and basically self-generation. And as energy efficiency was the goal, and so at that point it seemed it would make most sense that you'd want to have people see their bill very responsive to saving and producing. As we're moving more into an electrification goal, I'm seeing a lot of the literature out there, and NARUC conferences talking about along with the dynamic rates and specific rate design, that we may want to look at the customer charge, as basically, making sure we're not penalizing the use of electricity, and also, it takes into account that there's a lot of expectation of investment into the electric distribution system, and continued investment in the gas system, but with falling use, so that a customer charge actually is kind of a levelizing agent. So I just want to, like the regulatory assistance project, I mean, is that true that it's maybe a little more complicated now as we look at electrification and a lot of investment in the infrastructure?
I think that the way that I think about it is when you're designing rates, you have your rate design principles and your policy goals, and you're trying to achieve, you're considering these goals and principles as you're designing rates. What you're seeing in, I'm the advanced rate design expert for the Hawaii Commission. I'm in advanced rate design proceedings in Minnesota and Maine, in Utah previously. What you're seeing is commissions setting up iterative processes to continually incorporate and evaluate rates repeatedly, because it is getting more complex. And the way that you're seeing them deal with the issue of electrification is, at least what I'm seeing, for example, in Maine, they have optional electrification rates that might have a higher customer charge, and then you're seeing more time differentiation to ensure that the load you're putting on the system is influenced to shift off peak.
Okay.
So looking at, I think one of the main questions that commissions have to grapple with is, what do you do in your default tariff versus what do you do in optional tariffs? And my approach has been to keep the default tariff less complicated, and looking to develop optional rates in for other state policy purposes. You see EV rates, you see heat pump rates. So that's kind of been the approach.
And are these rates, particularly in states like ours that have multiple utilities, are you seeing this being done, during a rate case proceedings, or is this something we really ought to be considering as we're looking at, distribution system planning, gas policy planning, in a broader context for some consistency?
great question. I think that I think of it, the way that I've kind of developed it in Hawaii and in other states is you basically want to have an overarching load management plan, which rate design is a component of. Because if you have, for example, a demand response program, or maybe a complicated rate such as a critical peak pricing program, you want to have a default, or you want to have a default tariff or optional tariffs that can be combined with those more complex tariffs to complement what you're doing, right? For example, even within your load management, you should be evaluating, what you're doing on energy efficiency. Are you looking at the time value of energy efficiency? Are you working at cross purposes when you are electrifying? Are you still giving rebates for a gas furnace, for example? Like that might be counter to what you're trying to achieve. So that's the way that, and in Hawaii specifically, they have a 5-year multi-year rate plan. So they do rate design in the multi-year rate plan, and then they do it in the middle of the multi-year rate plan as well. Just because everything's changing so fast, they want to revisit the rates and programs in the middle of the multi-year rate plan, and then they revisit it again in the rate case. So it's about every 2.5 years.
Okay, so that in Hawaii's case, it is during the rate case, and in other places they have other proceedings to address these.
And I recommended a similar process in Minnesota, and the commission recently adopted it in the Excel rate case. And that is going to, I proposed it as being somewhat similar to Hawaii, and it was actually for, basically the reason that you're bringing up was that Excel's TOU rate was designed by our firm in 2017, and now we're looking to electrify, so you need to revisit that TOU structure and see if it's really going to achieve all of the current policy goals, right? And so I was looking at it and saying you need to seasonalize these rates a lot more because Excel in Minnesota is summer peaking, and then you need to keep evaluating the load to see if they switch to winter peaking, because that starts to tell you how expensive electrification is going to be, and make sure that your rates are cost reflective and encouraging the behavior you want it to, so you can minimize cost.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Nelson. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barvey.
Actually, Mike asked a bunch of my questions, but let me just try this. I mean, from the perspective of public policy, I agree with minimizing fixed charges, just from the perspective of not putting too much of a burden on lower income individuals. But I mean, is there really a large difference in customer savings behavior between, say, one customer who has 45% of his rate being variable versus another who has 85% of her rate being variable? Is there a big difference, or is there a really large difference? Because it seems to me that whether you are able to control 45 or 85% of your bill, you still have an incentive to reduce your usage.
It's actually quite a large difference when you aggregate it at the class level, and I include a calculation in my SIR rebuttal that actually looks at that, because I look at the price elasticity of demand, because a lot of times, especially when you're looking at large increases, a utility could increase the fixed charge and then wipe away all the energy efficiency program benefits, because people are encouraged to consume more because the marginal cost of electricity drops so low. Right, and so again, that works at cross purposes for the programs and the state policy goals. So I do, especially when you're looking at as big of a difference as you're looking at 45% compared to 85%.
Well, okay, so let me make it 45 to 55, which is closer. I mean, my impression is that unless the variable part of your bill is very, very low, in which case you have zero incentive to economize. I would think that just a small marginal increase wouldn't have that much of an effect on customers.
Again, just at the impact that you're sending it to, 700,000 customers or however many, that it adds up. And part of it is when customers are making a calculation to say, is it worth it to invest in better insulation? If you increase the fixed charge, they're not going to get the better insulation because it doesn't pay for itself. But if you have the
I have to, pardon me for interrupting you, and this is maybe, I've been in the private sector for a very long time, and I've been truly amazed at the inability of people to see what their long-term economic goals are and to continue to do dumb things like buy incandescent light bulbs. Apparently life cycle costing is not something that we Americans feel understand very instinctively. I think everything you're saying is correct, but my view has always been that really modeling and education is much more effective. Let me ask one last question here, and it's that have studies been conducted that analyze the effect of time of use rates on consumer behavior? Because that to me seems like something that's so easy to understand that almost anybody can understand the value of running your dishwasher and washing machine at nighttime.
400 studies have been done on that.
Only 400, huh?
Only 400. And, I agree with what you're saying. I think that's kind of my opinion is that, we talk a lot about the customer charge, but there's a lot of different ways we could be sending different price signals, right? And those price signals are going to become more and more important as we electrify. Again, referring to Hawaii, it's a much more complicated default structure that they're moving towards. I mean, much more. It's not that complicated, but it is. It gives it much more. It gives a better price signal because it's going to be time differentiated. There's going to be a grid access charge connected to it. That's a very high DER area, so it would be probably more advanced than would be necessary in other jurisdictions. But just as an example of a way to send more granular price signals that will encourage technological adoption to minimize impacts on the grid.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So in response to questions both from Commissioner Sussman and Commissioner Richard, you talked about proceedings, sort of specialized proceedings going on in other states. Could you sort of briefly discuss the origination of those proceedings? I mean, were they in response to rate filings, or are they separate investigations adopted by the commission, or were they in response to legislation? Or so just kind of the ones you're aware of.
Yeah.
So.
Well, Utah, Minnesota, and Maine were based on my recommendations in rate cases.
Okay.
And then in Hawaii, I don't remember what exactly. I think that came in after they developed their PBR framework. They started working on more rate design. But I don't know that any of them have been legislative that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Sure.
I'm sorry, I made notes on my testimony, or your testimony. You also are the witness for gas line extension. Is that correct?
Yes.
From what I can remember, late last night, I know we got into a little bit of it with a witness case. The discussion, I mean, is there an incentive value to this to customers if it's offered, and if the direction of the state is to try to begin to move to electrification, do you in your expert testimony. Do you see that as a problem? And could you give me an example? Are there other states that we could look to that may be eliminating that subsidy?
Yes. Washington, Oregon have eliminated it. It's under review in Minnesota as well as Michigan. And there's proposals in Illinois that are still pending. But to address the incentive issue, the line extension as structured in Maryland would provide, the BGE does an economic test.
Right.
And if the revenues that they get over 30 years is greater than the cost, they pay for the connection costs. That is not common. I've never heard of 30 years in any state. It's extremely long, and it is not in line with the policy goals. It's again kind of like this structure that I outlined for rate design. Rate design starts before customers are even connected, right? It's like when you integrate DERs, those types of things, you need to use their smart inverter and set their smart inverters before they even get energized, right? It's the same thing with line extensions. They create an incentive, and that's a very strong incentive to connect to the gas system and expand the gas system. And that is not in line with policy goals. It's also not very equitable when you can look at how line extension tariffs are structured in other states. You're looking at more like a 7-year line extension as opposed to 30. And the concern there is, customers get on the system, and as load changes, those costs can become stranded, or they can result in more higher bill impacts for the other customers.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And do you, are there other examples of other states that have made a policy change like this in a rate case setting, or is it better to do it in a specialized proceeding? We do have a proceeding that'll be opening up soon on gas policy, so I just wanted to find out what the norm is as far as I guess looking at a policy such as line extension subsidies.
Yeah, great question. In Washington, it wasn't a rate case that the commission eliminated it. In Oregon, the utility settled and eliminated their own line extensions in the settlement, which I think is the utilities in Washington and Oregon. My interpretation is they see what's happening and the trends in the industry, and they're saying we're gonna really spiral our rates out of control if we keep expanding our system. So they're on their own admission, they're getting rid of their line extensions and settlements. So I think that's a pretty big indicator that it can be done in a rate case. We have a lot of clear policy goals, and expanding the gas system needs to be slowed. And I do want to be clear. I'm talking about the allowances that they give, right? $75 million a year, approximately, in allowances. So I'm just saying, don't allow the allowances to be paid to cover those costs. If customers want to connect to the system and pay those costs, that's fine. There's no ban on connections. It's just whether or not they have that very large incentive to connect.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, and thank you, Chair, for the extra
Okay,
question.
poor Mr. Nelson is going to be there forever. So I actually just had a follow-up to Commissioner Richard. So when the gas company is doing the analysis for the line extension, and you say typically they'll look to a 7-year payback. Is that the?
Well, it varies state by state.
Okay, but you've never seen?
I've just never seen 30.
Okay, so it's more typical to be shorter.
Yeah, much shorter.
Okay, and then in their analysis, do they ever consider state policy about the sort of the future of gas in doing the analysis?
Oh yeah, 100%. the policy goals and where the industry trends are what's triggering this
Okay,
conversation.
and so, for example, is there a consideration of possible stranded costs when they're looking at whether it makes sense to do the line extension?
Yes,
Okay.
because what they're putting in the ground could be a 50-year asset, and if you've got policy goals to go net zero by 2045, that it looks really unlikely that you're going to pay for that
Okay,
asset.
so you've been in proceedings where the commission has actually done that in an order, has actually sort of discussed the policy goals of the state in looking at whether it makes sense to offer the subsidy or whether it makes sense to discontinue the subsidy.
My colleague, one of my teammates, was in the proceedings in Washington and Oregon. I was advising.
Okay,
But yes, but those were
So this
rate
was- this was
cases
in
where these conversations are happening, and we've filed similar testimonies in other states on these things and bringing up the policy goals of the state, stranded assets, inequities, because if you've got to electrify, low and moderate income are going to be the last ones to be able to do that. And so the snowballing of bill impacts will flow to low and moderate income.
Okay, thank you, very helpful.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. OPC next calls David Efron to the stand.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Efron.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is David J. Efron.
And could you state the name of your business and its address?
Yeah, I do business as Berkshire Consulting Services. The address is 12 Pond Path, Northampton, New Hampshire, 03862.
Mr. Efron, do you have before you a document entitled The Direct Testimony of David J. Efron, filed on June 20th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
And does this document consist of 22 pages of narrative testimony, an appendix containing your resume, and 4 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document as OPC Exhibit 36.
So marked.
And Mr. Efron, do you have before you a document entitled The Corrected Direct Testimony of David J. Efron, filed on July 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And does this document also consist of 22 pages of narrative testimony, an appendix containing your resume, and 3 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 37.
So marked.
And Mr. Efron, do you have before you a document entitled The Surrebuttal Testimony of David J. Efron, filed on August 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Does this document contain 11 pages of narrative testimony and 4 exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this document as OPC Exhibit 38.
So marked.
Mr. Efron, were these documents that have been identified and are before you now, were they prepared by you or for you under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimonies at this time?
I do have one correction of a sort. If you refer to my surrebuttal testimony, page 6, beginning at line 18, I have a sentence there that states, I cannot verify from the responses to staff DR 70-04 and staff DR 70-05 that Mr. Frain's revenue requirement calculations correctly factor in the corrected Empower MD Maryland costs as shown in the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Vahaus rather than the erroneous Empower Maryland costs as shown in the direct testimony of Mr. Vahos. I saw an exhibit that Mr. Vahos entered in his rejoinder testimony last night that was marked as BGE Exhibit 44. And from the brief time I've had to review that document, it appears that that does provide some additional verification of the fact of the company's having what the company included in its revenue requirement calculations. And it appears based on this that there will be some modification to my adjustment would be necessary, since I would be making an adjustment to what was already a lower level of GREA expenses in the company's base rate revenue requirement. And I haven't had a chance to actually replicate all of Mr. Vahos' numbers, but I can provide an updated calculation of my proposed adjustment to the GREA expense.
Well, thank you. And do you have any other corrections to your testimonies?
I do not.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses be the same?
Yes.
And for these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, OPC moves that Exhibits 36, 37, and 38 be admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, I have a question about how we're going to deal with this updated adjustment that Mr. Efron is going to provide. He's going to do it, he's going to provide it. What if BGE doesn't agree with it? What opportunity will we have to question him or to do anything about it?
So let me ask you this. When do you think you would have this ready to show people?
Friday. I might be able to do it tomorrow, but I'm traveling.
No, I understand it. So we're going to be here Friday. I just don't know how long we're going to be here Friday. And I'd sort of like to be able to deal with this while we're still in this hearing, as opposed to coming back special just to look at this. So, well, why don't you make your best attempt at trying to get it to us tomorrow, and then we'll let the company take a look at it. If you got a problem, then we'll sort of deal with it tomorrow. So.
Okay. Again, though, the company would want the ability to...
Oh, I understand that. Yeah. So, and so depending upon when you get it, we'll talk about how long Mr. Vahos needs to sort of look at it, and because I assume he's the guy that'll be checking it, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. So, no, so why don't we...
And Your Honor, we'd be, if need be, we could make Mr. Efron available virtually as well.
Okay, all right. So let's try that. So with that, any objection to?
No.
Okay. So with that, the testimony is admitted. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Efron is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. No questions, Mr. Chairman. Sierra Club. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. No questions. Department of Defense. MEA.
No questions.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No questions.
Staff.
Staff has no questions. Thank you.
Any questions from Commissioner Sushman?
Good afternoon, Mr. Efron. How are you?
Good afternoon. Well, thank you.
Good. So I'm actually going to ask you some questions from your direct testimony exhibit DJE1. So this would be the exhibit following your resume. I mean, I could give you a page number on my computer, but that's not going to help. So I have page 25 of 62. Do you have it?
I have Exhibit DJ1 in front of me.
That's what I'm asking. Okay. so, if you're ready. Okay, so, if we go to line A, the rate base amount, I'm assuming that that is the, adding this is for the Schedule A, the revenue deficiency, adding, the, I guess it would be subtracting the second page from the third page from the second page? Is that how you get the 4,600,000,000? I'm mostly trying to figure out where that number comes from.
Which number exactly?
Okay, so if we look at electric, we have the $4 billion number.
There's a number of
Right,
$4 billion
on
numbers
A.
there.
So on
4.7.
on the first page,
What's the caption on the line? Maybe that would help.
it's Baltimore Gas and Electric revenue deficiency without the MRP.
Oh, okay, the first
Schedule
page.
A.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just stick with Schedule A. Okay, so if you could walk me through how you got the base amount for electric.
Okay, well, that's on my Schedule B. That's what I had been looking at, which is the next page.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right, that's what okay, so if you, so we'll go, you want to go to, turn to Schedule B?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I started with what the OPC rate base was for 2024.
Okay, and that would be, if you can tell me what that number is.
$4,718,000,000.
No, where did that number come from?
That comes from Exhibit DJE2, Schedule A, page 1.
Okay,
That's-
so instead of, I don't want to make this too complicated. So basically you've taken a year and you've taken out all of the programs that OPC is recommending that we disallow recovery for. Is that correct?
That's what I did on Exhibit DJE2. That represents the OPC's position if the MRP is to continue. That was my start.
No, right, but I'm actually interested in if the MRP is not going to continue.
Okay.
So I'm trying to. I looked at these numbers and I was struggling with figuring out where they came from. And since OPC is recommending that we disallow the multi-year rate plan, I'm trying to figure out what this single year of so revenue deficiency is what would be the basis for recovery for BGE. Is that correct?
I'm trying to explain.
Please.
I began as a starting point with the OPC position for rate base if the multi-year rate plan were to continue. Then that position includes the plant additions for 2024. So to get to the OPC position, if the MRP is not to continue, I backed out the effect of the 2024 net plant additions to arrive at what the rate base would be as of the end of 2023, as of December 31st,
Well,
2023.
you backed out 2024, but you would also have backed out 2025 and 2026.
Well, that wasn't in the 2024 number to begin with.
Okay, so you just looked at the 2024 number. If we accepted that there would be a multi-year rate plan, 2024.
Yeah.
Backed out what OPC is recommending that we disallow.
No. That's the OPC recommended disallowances are relevant to the multi-year rate plan. My 2024 rate base, as part of the multi-year rate plan, already reflects the recommended disallowances for 2024, but includes the plant additions for which no disallowance is recommended. To get to the rate base at the end of 2023, I had to back out the remaining 2024 plant additions that the OPC had not recommended for disallowance.
Okay, so if I understand, I'm still working on it. So you're including in this number what BGE has already spent on plant that they have not recovered for.
They've not spent anything in 2024 yet.
Well, but they're okay.
This, again, what I've done here is constructed a rate base with the 2020, end of year 2023 net plant in there. So there would not be on my number on DJE1 Schedule B, when you get to the bottom line there, the rate base, there's no 2024 plant additions in there. Either the plant additions that BG is forecasting, for which the OPC is recommending disallowance, or the 2024 plant additions, which the OPC has not challenged. But for this, for the transition, all of the 2024 net plant additions have been eliminated.
Okay, so this reflects only work that BG has or will do until the end of this year, and anticipates no new plant additions for 2024.
It's not recognizing any new plant additions for 2024.
It's not accounting for them in this number.
No, that's correct.
Okay, and where would you account for any work that BG would do for 2024?
Well, if the multi-year rate plan case continue to be, it would be a part of
I
part of that.
understand,
But otherwise,
that's not what OPC is recommending. So you're recommending disallowance of the multi-year rate plan. So I'm mostly trying to understand what's in your numbers.
if BGE continues with the 2024 plant additions as forecasted, and in their view, that's causing them to experience a revenue deficiency, and the multi-year rate plan were to be terminated, then BG would file another rate case. That's how they would do.
Okay, so you're aware of the STRIDE program.
Generally.
Okay, and so it allows for concurrent cost recovery. And BG decided not to go with a new STRIDE program, and instead is putting everything into the multi-year plan and hoping for cost recovery there. What you're proposing would it seems to me, and maybe you can clarify this for me. It sounds like they would be put into a worse position, because in order to move ahead with 2024 projects, they would then they'd have no ability to recover under STRIDE, because they wouldn't have filed their STRIDE. And so I mostly, because I'm really trying to understand what you're proposing, so we understand how each of the different proposals would work. So I'm trying to understand how they would be able to recover for any build out in 2024.
As I understand it, the STRIDE program applies to the gas side.
Okay. Well, I'm looking at electric, but I'm also, I'm assuming you're doing the same thing for gas. You're also you're not including 2024 build out in the gas number either.
That's correct. And if I could just elaborate.
Please.
Okay. I have not discussed with OPC, and this is a policy question, and I'm a revenue requirements witness. I have not discussed with OPC whether if the MRP were to be discontinued, then there would be a continuation of the STRIDE program. in
Yeah.
this place. I don't
No,
know.
and I'm not, no, mostly, I mean, I think I'm hoping you understand what I'm trying to figure out, which is, I'm just trying to understand what these numbers reflect. So each of the electric and gas numbers here under rate base reflect everything until the end of this year.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Commissioner Barbe,
I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
I think I think the questions you were trying to ask, but maybe I can just ask just directly about your testimony. On page 2 of your surrebuttal, and this, as I understand, would support if the OPC recommendation to not proceed with an MYP. Is that correct? Is that what starting at line 8? It have to do with this?
Yeah, I guess I want to be careful in answering the question about support because I'm not the policy. I'm not the policy witness on that.
This just reflects what the revenue requirement would be under that circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and in this there is some criticism from witness Frayne of BGE, calls it arbitrary at best and a hodgepodge of years, and you basically say, yeah, it is. It's 2023 plant net year-end accumulated depreciation, and it goes on, and then the revenue requirement would be based on 2024 values.
I would probably describe it as requiring judgment rather than being arbitrary at best.
Right. Okay. So, do you have work papers or anything like that? I mean, that we would look at to understand in detail. I mean, again, calculating the revenue requirement.
Well, that's what my schedules are.
Okay, that's what I.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear that there are specific schedules, and that's on your direct testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, as well as the corrected direct testimony, and the last position is in the surrebuttal testimony.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. And just why did you go this route and not just go to like the test year? I believe the test year for this case is 2021, or perhaps a bridge year. Why did you go? If we were going to go, if we're going to do more of a traditional rate case, did you use this?
And again, well, this was in consultation with the OPC. But as I said here, the reason is that the circumstances are a little different here. That we've had this MRP in place. The company filed for continuation of it, and this is something that OPC thought, and we concurred, would be a way to affect the transition from the multi-year plan to a more traditional rate-making approach in Maryland.
Okay. Let's see if I had any other notes. Just lost it. So many pages to keep up with here. I think I'm done. Thank you. I appreciate your
Thank you.
testimony today.
Okay, thank you very much.
Chair Hoover? So I think we were running a little bit ahead of schedule than we anticipated. So after our next witness, rather than putting on Kenji Takahashi, he is currently in transit, but we have Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens available.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Okay. Well, so we'll probably take a break at least for the court reporter after we get done.
Okay.
explaining, so.
Well, thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
Just one moment for us to
Sure.
change lawyers.
All of a sudden, my computer stopped working. Exactly. They attack me a lot. Let's see if I can get rid of that. What about the older iPads? The keyboards don't always work.
You guys ready? Okay.
Afternoon, Your Honor, Commissioners. Mark Shebus, Office of People's Counsel. I'd like to call to the stand Ms. Courtney Lane.
I do.
Ms. Lane, could you please state your full name for the record?
It's Courtney Lane, Lane.
And could you please state the name and address of your employer?
It's Synapse Energy Economics, and it's located at 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Ms. Lane, what position do you hold at Synapse?
I'm a principal associate.
Ms. Lane, do you have with you today a document titled The Public Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane, dated June 20th, 2023 in this case?
I do.
Does that document contain 105 pages of narrative testimony in one exhibit?
It does.
Ms. Lane, do you also have before you a document titled The Confidential Direct Testimony of Courtney Lane, filed on June 20th, 2023 in this case?
Yes.
And does that document also contain 105 pages of narrative testimony in one exhibit?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the public direct testimony of Courtney Lane and the exhibits attached to that testimony as OPC Exhibit 38A.
39.
Okay. 39, thank you, Your Honor.
39A, right?
39A, correct, thank you. And I'd like to mark the confidential direct testimony of Courtney Lane and the exhibits attached to that testimony as OPC 39B.
So mark.
Ms. Lane, do you have before you today a document titled The Surrebuttal Testimony of Courtney Lane, dated August 25th, 2023 in this case?
I do.
Does that document contain 31 pages of narrative testimony and 2 exhibits?
It does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the surrebuttal testimony of Courtney Lane and the exhibits attached to that testimony as OPC Exhibit 40.
So mark.
Ms. Lane, were the documents that we've identified and that are before you now prepared by you or for you under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Ms. Lane, do you have any corrections or other changes to make to your testimonies at this time?
No, I don't.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath that you were asked in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses today be the same?
They would.
And for these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, OPC moves for admission into the evidentiary record the documents marked OPC Exhibit 39A, Exhibit 39B, and Exhibit 40.
Okay.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is now available for examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. No question. Department of Defense. I left. MEA.
No question.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
I have no questions for this witness.
Staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from Commissioner Barbe?
So to summarize, you oppose the PIMs because you feel that the company has adequate existing economic incentive to do this. Does that just boil it down?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, my summarization skills are intact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Yeah, when there's no cross, this happens fast. Let me just quickly look. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that was the probably the most important part of the the testimony right there. Just overall, I when you've had a chance to look at where we are in Maryland with the development of PIMS PBR, it sounds like you have read, reading your testimony, you've read our orders. Okay. And I have, in the recent case, the Pepco case, I did try to re-emphasize in a concurrent statement my concern that somehow we're not getting to at least a kind of becoming a leading state when it comes to trying to get to PBRs and PIMS. I don't know if you were aware of that at all. There's no reason you should be. But as far as the development of PIM, where when you read our paper, our orders, do you see any flaws in our development process now? Is there something that we need to do to try to, again, communicate better than we have in our orders to date to the utilities, what it is what our expectations are in a PIM or PBR?
So I think a good place to start first would to allow intervening parties to also recommend PIM proposals.
Okay.
I think, as I've pointed out in my testimony, that when you leave it up to the utility, you'll likely get a request for performance incentives for something that they're already doing. So that would be my first recommendation. My second would be that the onus should be on the utility to clearly demonstrate that there is a financial disincentive or a lack of an incentive to achieve the desired outcome. When I asked BGE and Discovery specifically, what is the disincentive? Do you have a financial disincentive? Would you do this without the PIM? There wasn't a clear response, and to me that is a red flag that if there was a disincentive, the utility should describe that. So I think that would help everyone sort of review the merits of a PIM proposal. Lastly, I think the working group process for PBR and the PIMS, I thought, led to fruitful discussions. It seems that there was some concern about, well, some of these PIMs are too difficult. They're not a first good PIM for the utility to implement. It's too risky. In cases like that, I think a PIM with a financial incentive only can help mitigate some of that risk. There's no penalty. For example, the discussion of non-pipeline alternatives, that's risky. That's a new business mechanism, a way for gas planning. And so the utility should be able to get a reward, not a penalty, and maybe that would help push them along. And I also think that tracking metrics are very much needed. A lot of the recommendations coming out of the PIM working group really would need a couple years of tracking metrics to be able to demonstrate an appropriate baseline to then decide what the appropriate financial incentive should be. And there's no tracking metrics in this proceeding. And I think the sooner you start to track what you're trying to achieve, the closer you'll get to an adequate PIM.
Okay, and that tracking would come from the commission, or would that be the whichever party developed the PIM?
I think there's multiple ways. The utility could propose something to track. The commission could order the utility to track something, or in a future case, the parties could recommend a tracking metric.
Okay. Yeah, so allow intervening parties. That is, I think that's something else that has been brought to our attention. In fact, we do, I believe, have that opportunity open to us in the Empower proceeding. So hopefully, if the utilities don't come back with some kind of a PIM related to the cost allocation, other parties will. If in this case where it may be too risky, so if we're looking at a state policy which is moving toward decarbonization, contraction of the gas system, what kind of PIM would you go, develop for that? It would be something along the lines of maybe a lower ROE for gas and a higher for electric, and maybe something along the lines of as you move forward, with success in contraction, you might raise the ROE. I mean, I've heard a few ideas out there, but since you're an expert in this area, where would you go, since this is an important state policy, in trying to develop a PIM?
So I'm concerned that this is a little outside the purview of my testimony and what
Okay,
I've
go ahead.
discussed with OPC, but I would say that a PIM for something like a non-pipeline alternative, where if there is a capacity constraint or a reliability issue on the system, sort of it's no regrets. Instead of investing in new pipeline or expanding pipeline, you could do targeted electrification, community ground source heat pump, increased energy efficiency investments. All of those things could help reduce the need for future investment, and I think that would be beneficial.
Okay. I think the one area that was in the testimony, it was a PIM, was around electric vehicle and the utilities. They do have a role to play in helping the state meet its goal. I think we're looking at what that appropriate role is. What would be a good PIM from your experience in an electrification context?
Sure. Well, something that has come up over the course of this hearing is BGE's concerns with electrification and what's that going to do to reliability. So I think specific for electric vehicles, a PIM around getting more customers on time of use EV rates. Something about, making sure that people are charging off peak, and, that can go past electric vehicles into building electrification as well. And that's something that could both help drive incentives, support customers, help them take control of their energy bills, and then also help mitigate this concern of reliability from increased electrification.
Okay. Sorry, just quickly see if I made any other marks on my testimony. Your testimony, not my testimony. No, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Okay, I didn't have any questions, but then Commissioner Richards started asking questions, so then I ended up with some questions. So last week, I asked one of BG's witnesses, Mr. Dickens, about the PIMS program, and then I asked him about whether he considered a list of other sort of mechanisms that could start to get to the state policy goals. And so you talked to Commissioner Richard about energy efficiency, EV. I'd also identified demand response, peak demand reduction, which can kind of go along with demand response, additional DERs, energy storage, or equity, energy equity. And so do you have any other, and I know this may be beyond the scope of your testimony, but do you have any ideas of the kinds of PIMs that could be put in place to encourage these other types of responses?
So I have to admit, I didn't give this a lot of forethought because we were trying to respect the earlier commission decision to not propose PIMs, but in viewing,
think outside the box.
yeah, and viewing what I've seen in other states. New York has something called system efficiency, which is, I think it might be even incremental to what they're doing through the energy efficiency programs, and how are they reducing overall demand on the system. Let's see. There's PIMs related to interconnection. I haven't.
So they have metrics in place that can monitor efficiency.
Yes.
within-
So essentially keeping track of the investments and what the deemed savings resulting from that are. I've seen some related to increasing hosting capacity. If you have a current baseline of what your hosting capacity is, what are you doing to the system to help increase that to support more distributed energy resources to interconnect? I've seen PIMs around interconnection. So if a utility has a backlog of interconnection requests, you could track sort of the timeline, the specific timeline related to what's in the utility's control with processing applications, and what type of incentive mechanism could be tied to that.
Energy storage?
Yeah, I think energy storage, a non-wires alternative option. I've seen that. So if similar to non-pipeline for non-wires, is there a wires solution that could be avoided or deferred? And could you invest in utility storage to meet that? Or could you have go out to bid for third-party aggregation where you're looking at giving customers incentives to install storage or to participate in a demand response program to sort of geolocate those peak demand reductions to avoid the wires investment.
Okay, thank you, very helpful.
Commissioner Barbe.
Well, I think Commissioner Suchman kind of hit the question I was going to ask, but there was one thing that I wanted to get a feel for, and since you're an expert, I would assume when designing a PIM, simpler is better than complicated. Is that a fair, broad brush statement to make?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay. So you discussed in your testimony, both the direct and the rebuttal, concerns with BG&E's proposed BCA. Now, I know this thing's had a long and tortured history in its creation, but can you summarize for us I mean, you're not asking us to reject the BCA as proposed by Mr. Warner, but instead to tweak it, I guess, for want of a better word.
Yeah, my main concern in this case and in other cases before the commission is the fact that the benefit cost analysis is not accounting for the cost of the charger rebate. It's a $300 rebate, and it's not being accounted for anywhere in the primary benefit cost assessment. And that inflates cost effectiveness. And my main concern is as we move forward with BCAs and, there's the now working group proceeding with developing a BCA, a Maryland BCA for all distributed energy resources, that I think it's important that this does not take precedent that it's okay to just ignore a significant part of a programmatic cost. They're real costs and they should be accounted for.
Okay. So regarding electric vehicles, I mean, this state has a fairly aggressive goal for electric vehicles, and the legislature has, tried to incentivize and push the deployment of electric vehicles and electric transportation through a variety of mechanisms, the latest being the electric school bus program. And I think it's because, they view utility companies as fairly effective deployment entities for electric vehicles and charging infrastructure and things like that. But we've been, challenged in this commission to try and sort of create this balance between, having them being involved in the electric vehicle deployment sphere, but not, crush the potential competitive market for some of these things, and also not have this, overly subsidized by ratepayers, for a variety of reasons, because of some of the equity reasons, some of it's just cost reasons. But I mean, what's your view as to the sort of middle ground for us to approach between having utility involvement in this field without, running afoul of either crushing potential competition or overburdening ratepayers?
Mm-hmm. So I think, the main role of the utility should definitely be in rate design and encouraging off-peak charging. That's a no-brainer in my opinion. They should do that to the extent possible. I think another appropriate role for the utility is the make-ready work that's needed. And I want to clarify what I mean by make-ready. And this comes into terms of sort of the whole cost recovery thing. But what's considered, the company's capital cost should be make-ready, like up to the customer's meter, essentially. Like that clearly is in the role of the utility. And then I think beyond that, it's important for the utility to demonstrate that there is a market barrier and that the market is not fulfilling the customer demand, or there's certain segments, whether it's low-income multifamily or other areas where the market has yet to step in, and is there an opportunity there for the utility to temporarily fill that gap? But I think beyond that, things like charger rebates, I'm not sure that that's in the best role for the utility. I'm going to forget what year it happened, but New Jersey investigated this a year or two ago, and I felt that their commission had a very fair order that it said the utility's role is rate design and make-ready work, and then the onus is on the utility if they're proposing something other than that to justify it through a discussion of market barriers and conversations with the market, and having them to put forth why they should be in this other role.
So is there a danger, though, of giving the competitive entities sort of a free pass if you say, well, we want the utilities to concentrate on the least desirable customers, so low-income customers, urban customers, things like that, we'll sort of let them deal with that because we, the private companies, would rather deal with the suburbanites and those folks. I mean, is there a concern about, enlisting the utility to sort of deal with this need that nobody else wants to deal with?
It is definitely a concern. One thing, I've seen in Massachusetts, and it's unclear to me what the utilities are doing differently there, but they're really, my understanding is they have had great success with, instead of owning and operating multifamily chargers, providing incentives to multifamily owners to facilitate installation of chargers. And all I know that they're doing differently is they are working through their existing vendors in the energy efficiency space and their existing contacts with the multifamily building owners to try to build the relationship there to encourage EV adoption. I'm not sure what else it's hard because if there isn't someone stepping into that space, it's unclear to me. Perhaps the utility can have more of a marketing role or do something with trying to encourage multifamily building owners to install chargers. The other thing I've seen is, I think it's Connecticut, there was an example of the utility owns the charger at a multifamily building, but it's a lease structure with the owner, so it's sort of getting the owner comfortable with having the charger on site, how to operate it, and it's not like for the entire life of the charger. So the utility is only in that space for a little bit, and then it transitions over. So it's almost like a training period for the multifamily building owner. So that's another possibility.
So, and then one other sort of low-income related issue, there's been this concern that deploying charging stations, from the utility in low-income neighborhoods creates this problem of, lack of usage because there just aren't that many cars there. But on the other hand, the concern is if you don't have charging entities, then people aren't going to buy the cars because they're worried about range anxiety. So how do we sort of deal with that aspect of it? So the chicken and egg type thing.
Right. Well, I think regarding low-income communities, it's important that the utility, do its outreach into the community and understand, who, is there a need? What are the goals of that community with regards to electrification? It could be that public transit, like electrification of buses, maybe that's more appropriate. So maybe this is more of a make-ready role for the utility and helping to have charging depots for buses. I have concerns with utility owning and operating these chargers. In all of the quarterly reports, the majority of these charging stations are losing money. So I just have concerns with continued investment in that space.
Okay.
I got one.
Actually, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead. I'm all done, so you're fine.
So just on that last point that you made, is there some sort of a study that analyzes utilities? Could you get us the link to that? I would love to read that.
So no, but the semi-annual reports that the utilities are filing for their phase one EV pilots, there's an appendix to that that shows the costs and revenues for each charging station.
Uh-huh.
And I would say, like on a whole,
You're-
most of them are in the red.
So in your review of different utilities, you found that more often than not, their EV charging attempts haven't been successful. Is that is that what you're saying?
Well, at least for the Maryland utilities, the profit and loss on the utility-owned chargers, they're losing money. But it depends how we're defining success.
Well, pardon me for interrupting you. I mean, I've always thought that high voltage charging is a money loser by definition, and so they're all going to lose money. For me, the question is, when utilities go and decide where to put chargers, that how good they are at doing that. Because my fear, most of the businesses, Tesla is the one unique exception. Virtually every American business that's attempted to do charging has screwed it up, and that seems to be the natural state of being in the. So it's always been my concern that most people who attempt to do vehicle charging are just not going to do it well. So you're saying I should just go to all the utilities in Maryland and look at the footnotes in their reports with respect to this? Is that basically what you're saying?
Yeah, the reports are very helpful in showing, if they're making or losing money. The idea is that once penetration of EVs grows, there will be more usage at those stations, but as it stands now, they are not profitable.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anything else? Nope. All right, thank you very much. And so how much time do you, 15 minutes? Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute recess. So we'll start at 2:45.
Your Honor, and just as a preliminary matter, the two witnesses that we did have scheduled for later this afternoon, Kenji Takahashi and Randy Woolrich, they are still in transit. So depending on how quickly we go through Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, there's a possibility that OPC might not have any more witnesses available until later today.
Okay, that's fine. We'll figure out when we get done with these two. So.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. And with that, I call Paul Alvarez and Dennis Stevens to the stand.
I do.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Mr. Alvarez, could you please state your name for the record?
Paul, initial J, Alvarez, Alvarez.
And Mr. Stevens, could you please state your name for the record?
It's Dennis Darnell Stevens, Stepphens.
And Mr. Alvarez, could you state the name of your business and its address?
Wired Group, P.O. Box 620756. That's in Littleton, Colorado, 80162.
And Mr. Alvarez, could you state the position that you hold at the Wired Group?
I'm the president of the Wired Group.
And Mr. Stevens, are you also employed by the Wired Group?
I am a subcontractor to the Wire Group. My business is DS Consulting LLC.
Oh, thank you. And do you have an address for the business?
I do, 1153 Bergen Parkway, Suite 130, Evergreen, Colorado, 80439.
Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, do you have before you a document entitled The Panel Response Testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens, filed on June 20th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Does that document include 114 pages of narrative testimony and 3 exhibits?
It does.
It does.
And was the confidential CEII version of this testimony also filed on June 20th,
It was.
2023?
It was.
It was.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the public version of the panel response testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens as OPC Exhibit 41A.
So marked.
And the confidential CEII version of the panel response testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens as OPC Exhibit 41B.
So marked.
Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, do you also have before you a document entitled The Public Panel Surrebuttal Testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens?
I do.
And this
I do.
This was filed on August 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And does this document contain 78 pages of narrative testimony and 3 exhibits?
It does.
Yes, it does.
And were confidential and confidential CEII versions of this testimony also filed on August 25th, 2023?
They were.
They were.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the public panel surrebuttal testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens as OPC Exhibit 42A.
So marked.
I'd like to mark the confidential panel surrebuttal testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens as OPC Exhibit 42B.
So marked.
And I'd like to mark the confidential CEII panel surrebuttal testimony of Paul J. Alvarez and Dennis Stevens as OPC Exhibit 42C.
So marked.
Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, were these documents that have been identified and are before you now prepared by you or for you under your supervision?
Yes.
Yes.
Do either of you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimony at this time?
I do not.
I have one correction. It's in my surrebuttal on page 53. However, it is in the confidential section, so I'm not sure how you want to proceed with that.
I believe counsel for BGE's indicated that they've waived confidentiality for this number.
Okay. On page 53, starting with line 5, it says, line 4, of the 9,000 miles of overhead distribution circuits of the company, the 108 million share plan addresses 14 miles. That should be 48 miles.
Thank you. And do you have any other corrections or deletions to make to your testimony?
I
at
do
this
not.
time? Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, if you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses be the same?
They would.
They would.
And for these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, OPC moves that Exhibits 41A, 41B, 42A, 42B, and 42C be admitted into evidence.
Seeing no objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the witnesses are now available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak. Left. Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense. I guess they left too. MEA.
No questions.
Baltimore Gas and Electric.
I do have questions, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Stevens. My name is Brent Balea. I'm counsel to Baltimore Gas and Electric. Nice to meet you. It's my understanding that you've testified as a panel and you're sitting as a panel. I'm going to be asking, but that different parts of your testimony are sponsored by either Mr. Alvarez or Mr. Stevens. So I'm going to be asking you questions individually based on your testimony today, okay?
Fine. That's fine.
I'm going to start with Mr. Alvarez. I want to ask you about your background. You are the head of the consultancy group called the Wired Group. Is that correct?
Correct.
How many employees does the Wired Group have?
Just myself.
And are you a Colorado resident?
I am.
You don't live in Maryland?
No.
So you don't live in BGE's service territory,
No.
correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're not an engineer, correct?
Correct.
You used to work for a utility called Excel Energy, correct?
Correct.
And in your capacity, in your employment with Excel Energy, you were a product developer of demand-side management programs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You didn't work on distribution planning at Excel Energy, did you?
No.
Mr. Stevens, I'm going to ask you some questions too, please, about your background.
Yes,
You also worked at Excel Energy in Colorado.
I did.
And like Mr. Alvarez, you're a Colorado resident. Is
That's
that
correct.
You don't live in Maryland,
That's correct.
so you don't live in BGE's territory.
That's
service
correct.
Territory. And you retired from Excel Energy in 2011. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Stevens, you're not a lawyer, are you?
I am not a lawyer.
Objection? Irrelevancy?
It goes. I mean, they've testified about items that lawyers might want to testify about. So my question stands.
What's that?
We'll allow it. So it's fine.
Are you an accountant, Mr. Stevens?
No, I'm not an accountant.
Are you a CPA?
I'm sorry?
Are you a CPA?
I am not a CPA.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez, are you a lawyer?
No, I'm not.
Are you an accountant?
No, I'm not.
Are you a CPA?
No.
Mr. Stevens, in your testimony on behalf of OPC, you've recommended some kind of significant either deferral or disallowance of hundreds of millions of dollars of capital, proposed capital investment in BGE's MYP rate case, correct? Is that correct?
Is there a portion of my testimony you want me to refer to?
No, it's just a general question.
Yes.
And some of those programs include the 4 kV to 13 kV conversion program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Other things that you've either recommended be deferred or disallowed include capacity expansion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
Cable replacement. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what is the question
Cable.
about cable replacement?
Yeah. Have you recommended that the commission disallow or delay investment
Yes.
in cable replacement?
Yes.
And you've recommended that the commission completely disallow BGE's proposal with respect to resiliency. Is that correct, Mr. Stevens?
Hardening and resilience, is that the question? I'm sorry, you might have
Yeah.
to speak up just a little bit more. I'm sorry, I can't.
Sure. BGE's resiliency investment plan, you've recommended that that be disallowed, correct?
Yes.
On the 4 kV system, I want to ask you about that.
Okay.
Would you prefer to live in a neighborhood that's served by a 4 kV system or a 13 kV system?
Objection. It's a speculation.
Well, I'm asking the witnesses what he would prefer.
I'll let him answer it, so go ahead.
I guess I would, I'm not sure I would care the difference. Why would the difference make a difference? It doesn't make any difference to me.
Okay. Do you think a 4 kV system is inferior to a 13 kV system?
No.
Okay. Do you think that distributed energy resources can be deployed on a 4 kV system?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think, well, are you aware of the fact that the 4 kV conversion, or the remaining parts of BGE's system that are 4 kV are located in low-income disadvantaged communities in Baltimore City? Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you read Ms. Wright's testimony in this
I
case?
did, yes.
And you're not aware of that?
I don't remember that. I don't recall it, no.
Okay. If I were to tell you that now, subject to check, would you accept that?
I'd have to see the testimony.
Okay. Well, hypothetically speaking, if that were the case, would you
I'm
just
sorry, I
accept that?
can't answer a hypothetical question.
Have you ever deployed a distributed energy resource on a 4 kV system?
Yep. I ever deployed?
Yeah.
I have never deployed it.
Have you ever seen a distributed energy resource deployed on a 4 kV system?
Not that I recall.
If you were to, if you were to, well, I would like you to accept my hypothetical for purposes of my question. My hypothetical is, say you have a service territory, and the remaining 4 kV systems on that service territory are in low-income, historically disadvantaged neighborhoods. And you have recommended that the investment for converting those remaining 4 kV systems be delayed by half, or twice. It would take twice as long under your proposal. Is that okay with you? Would that be okay with you? Is that equitable in your opinion?
Would you repeat the question again? I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to ask me.
I would like you to, so for purposes of this hypothetical, assume that there is a service territory.
Right.
And in that service territory, there's some remaining 4 kV pockets left, let's say.
Okay.
And let's assume that those 4 kV pockets are in historically disadvantaged low-income communities.
Right.
And those are the only ones that are left on the whole system that need to be converted from 4 kV to 13 kV.
Right.
And let's assume that the utility has proposed a budget to be able to convert those from 4 kV to 13 kV.
Okay.
Would you propose that they, to cut their proposed budget in half, such that it would result in the conversion of those 4 kV systems in the low-income communities being delayed significantly? Was that something you would feel okay about recommending?
Well, in your hypothetical, I have to make some assumptions because I'm an engineer. I have to assume that the 4 kV system has been properly evaluated to determine whether or not there's a need to convert that 4 kV area. And if the company has determined that there's a need to in other words, a cost-benefit analysis that determines that it needs to be converted, then of course I would support the company in that conversion. If there was not a need to convert it, then I would not support it.
And you've read Ms. Wright's testimony. You've testified, right?
I'm sorry.
You've read Ms. Wright's testimony in this case.
Yes, I did, but that doesn't mean I remember every piece of it, but,
Okay, I understand. Mr. Alvarez, I'm going to ask you the same. Do I need to repeat the hypothetical, or do you remember it?
I remember it. I think, as Mr. Stevens indicated, again, I'm not an engineer, but I would defer to Mr. Stevens and suggest that a case-by-case basis, you would look at the data and make an evaluation as to whether reliability or load or whatever rationale existed was sufficient to qualify the circuits for conversion. If it were sufficient, then I would agree with Mr. Stevens that that might be a good thing to do. And if it were not, then I would agree with Mr. Stevens that would not be a good thing to do.
Have you read Ms. Wright's testimony in this case?
I have.
Yeah. Do you know that the 4 kV parts of BGE's system are on, that they serve low-income disadvantaged communities in Baltimore City? Do you know that?
I do seem to recall that in her testimony.
And is it still your testimony today that BGE's proposed investment to convert those to more modern 13 kV systems should be disallowed or delayed?
Can you repeat the question again?
Knowing that those 4 kV systems on BGE's system, the ones that remain, are in low-income disadvantaged communities in Baltimore City, is it still your position and your position on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel that BGE's efforts to convert those to 13 kV systems should be delayed?
I think if you accept, as Mr. Stevens mentioned, that those circuits are operating safely and reliably, and there's not a reliability or capacity or other reason to convert the circuits, yes, I would be okay with that.
I want to ask Mr. Stevens again about a little bit about cable replacement. Have you read the report that BGE filed in this case about cable replacement? Was attached
sorry,
to
the
Ms. Wright's
report?
Yeah.
What report are we referring to?
The report attached to Ms. Wright's testimony.
Can you
The
show me?
Quanta.
Can I show me the document?
Sure, the Quanta cable report. Are you familiar with
Oh, the
that?
Quanta cable
Yeah.
report. Yes, I did review that report. Yes.
Okay. And in that report, are you familiar with their analysis that has to do with the industry average fault rate?
They quoted industry average fault rates. That's right.
Right. And BGE's fault rate is worse than the industry average fault rate, correct?
It's my understanding that you reported a 7.5 per 100 miles, and the industry average was like 5.4 or something like that.
BGE's fault rate is worse than the industry average, isn't that right? Do you
It's
disagree?
higher in those numbers. The 7.5 is higher than the 5.4.
And that means it's worse than the industry average, is that correct?
It's higher than the industry average.
My
yes.
question to you is whether it's better or worse.
Yeah, it's worse. I'll give you that. It's worse. Okay.
Thank you. And your testimony, your recommendation to the commission is to reduce the amount of investment that BGE is proposing to make in its cable replacement program.
That's right.
Do you think it's acceptable that BGE's customers will live with a system under your recommendation that has fault rates that is worse than the industry average?
I think that there are other ways to reduce that industry average other than the approach of just replacing a lot of cable. You can concentrate on the places where the fault rates are the highest. Typically, industry uses a 3 and out approach, and you can look at the segments and concentrate the money that you have available on those segments that have the highest fault rates. And you can reduce your overall average without just replacing all the cable around those segments that fail.
Do you know whether BGE does that right now?
Yes, it looks, I think from our DRs, we saw that they do replace segments other than the ones that just failed.
Mr. Stevens, I want to ask you also, ask you also about capacity expansion. That's another area where you've
Sure.
testified that there should be cuts to what BGE's proposed.
You bet.
Yeah. My question is, have you met with any developers in Maryland to talk about or have been informed directly about their needs and plans to move their businesses or expand their businesses in the state of Maryland?
I have not met with any of them in Maryland. I have met with developers in the past in my own areas, so I'm familiar with the what can happen as far as their reliability and forecasting when they will come on the system.
Right, but you haven't met with any Maryland.
I have not met with any in Maryland.
Okay. Do you think it's important that the grid be ready to accommodate new businesses that want to locate in Maryland or expand in Maryland?
I think it's important that BGE be ready when necessary, but not before it's necessary. And by looking at some of their forecasts, it looked like that they over forecasted, and that in some cases they even delayed projects because the loads didn't show up when they expected them to. And I've seen that happen in my own business in Xcel Energy. Same thing happens. I'm just saying that you need to take that into account when you're deciding on how you're going to budget for this stuff. You shouldn't try to budget in advance. You need to wait until the loads show up, and the loads demand that the facilities need to be installed.
How long does it take to build a substation, in your opinion?
It can take a couple years for sure.
So you would wait till the load shows up and then start building a substation?
No, I did not say that. I said when the loads get to the point where when the forecast can be determined that it's actually going to happen, then and that usually isn't like 4 or 5 or 6 years ahead of time. It's just a couple years ahead of time.
So, yeah, I was going to ask, how do you know, in your opinion, how do you know how would you do it? When do you know when the load is sufficient to start building a new substation or taking whatever steps are necessary to ensure that I haven't...
One of the hardest things for me to do in this is to evaluate capacity expansion, because you have to look at forecasts. There's an awful lot of determining factors. And it's very important to have that constant communication with those developers to understand. All I'm saying is I don't see any need for advanced recovery or any accelerated budgeting for this process. It should be handled according to the normal. Whenever the loads show up, then you build it, then you put it in rate base at that time, not ahead of time.
So I'm still not clear. When would you decide to make the investment?
Again, I told you it's very complex. It's not something I can say, oh, this is when I would do that. It has to be analyzed by engineering, those kinds of things. All I'm saying is, again, that can be done when it's decided that it actually needs to be put in. Then you can put those facilities in service, and then you can put them in rate base afterwards, not ahead of time.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to talk to you or ask you, Mr. Stevens, about your testimony about the conduit in this case. Do you recall your testimony in that regard?
Yes, I do.
Are you a user of the Baltimore City conduit?
I am not.
Were you involved in the 2016 settlement agreement negotiations involving the conduit?
I was not.
Were you a party to the most recent discussions and ultimate contract amendment in 2023 involving the conduit?
I was not.
Are you aware of any of the city's demands that they were making as part of the most recent negotiations with respect to the conduit?
I am not, no.
Do you know what any of the other occupants of the conduit pay in order to be able to use the conduit?
I do not.
Are you aware of the fact that BGE's system that serves Baltimore City runs throughout the conduit?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to ask the question again?
Are you aware of the fact that BGE's system that serves the
Facilities, you mean their facilities run through the conduit?
facilities, systems, whatever you prefer, are you aware that BGE's infrastructure that it uses to serve its customers in Baltimore City utilizes the conduit?
Yes, I am.
Turning to the, I would like to, Mr. Stevens, I'm still on
Okay,
with you.
that's fine.
I wanted to ask you about the contact voltage remediation
Sure.
program and the truck, or the, your testimony in that regard. You've testified that, that the contract that BG has should, with respect to
Right.
contact voltage, should not be treated as a capital lease agreement.
Objection form, could the witness have a page cite, please?
Well, he's already answered the question, and that's what he's testified to, so.
Well, let me just, so you know what reference the question's coming from regarding your testimony, or do you need a specific site
Need a
to
cite
it?
to the testimony?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to ask the question again now.
Okay.
Okay. Is it your it was your testimony, is it not, and correct me if it's not, that the contract that BG has used for this contact voltage equipment should not be treated as a capital lease?
That is my, I agree with that, yes.
Okay. Do you need a page reference for that?
No,
or-
I don't
okay.
think I need a page reference. I remember it.
Okay.
And you've already testified you're not an accountant, correct?
That's correct.
You're not a CPA.
That's correct.
In discovery in this case, did you ask the company, or did OPC ask the company whether it had its own internal auditors evaluate the contract at issue and whether it was appropriate for it to be classified as a capital?
Did we ask
lease?
that? I think so. I don't think we did, no.
Why not? No, I was.
Well, let me tell you why I think it shouldn't be that way.
That's not my
As-
question. My question is, why didn't you ask in discovery whether the company had its own auditors review the contract? And
I think the reason I didn't ask was because I think it was stated in some of the testimony that that you had it audited, right?
okay, but you didn't ask for. A
I
copy
didn't
of
ask
that.
for it because I think it was stated.
Okay. couple more for you, Mr. Stevens. Can you
Sure.
hear me okay?
You bet.
Yeah. How long, in your opinion, does it take to actually get a transformer? Do you know?
Well, let me ask you, what kind of transformer are you talking about?
Any kind of transformer.
Varies from days, just nothing, to hours, to months or years.
Okay. Going back to our discussion about capacity, and planning for potential capacity expansion, when's the last time you actually evaluated a potential load on a system to determine whether or not, and when it would be appropriate to invest in the system in order to meet expected load?
Well, I have evaluated the testimony in several cases that Paul and I have worked on. We've looked at capacity expansion as an option that they proposed, and looked at some of those, including forecast at that time.
Thank you, but my question was really getting to when is the last time you actually evaluated a situation?
That
we
was
just described?
probably 30 years ago, yeah.
Okay. Let me just check one. All right, thank you both for your testimony. I have no further questions.
Any staff?
Good afternoon. I just have one question. I'm going to address it to both of you. Did either of you ever attend any meeting of the Lessons Learned Committee for case number 9645, where I believe you were witnesses?
No.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, I just have one question. Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Stevens, counsel for BGE asked you a number of questions about your background and qualifications. Mr. Alvarez, have you testified before this commission before?
I have.
And Mr. Stevens, have you testified before this commission before?
I have.
And did you both testify in BGE's first MYP on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel?
We did.
We did.
Have both of you testified in other states before other state commissions in rate cases?
Dozens.
As well.
And for approximately how many years have you been appearing in your capacity as an expert before other commissions?
Probably about 9 years in my case.
And Mr. Stevens?
I think it's about the same for me, about 9 years, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Schlesman.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. So I'm taking it from your testimony that both the direct rebuttal that you have some significant issues with the use of an MYP. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I know. It's not subtle. So yesterday, BG's witness, actually it was last night, Mr. Case, spoke about the possibility of using mid-course adjustments to the multi-year plan as state policies change. So things can happen next year, the year after, and there was some discussion about the possibility of using downward adjustments to the extent that policies change. I just wanted to get your thoughts about allowing the 3-year multi-year plan, but having in place some kind of mid-course correction to the extent that things change, because we don't know what's going to happen next year or the year after.
Well, certainly things change, right? I mean, storms come through. There are reasons to spend capital, right? There are reprioritizations.
Or the legislature could be speaking on an issue that we would have to respond to.
Right, right. So, and particularly if it's a downward adjustment.
Or any adjustment. But I guess the question is sort of, based on your expertise in this area, to the extent that the commission were to decide to go with a 3-year multi-year plan, I just wanted to get your thoughts about doing something like that, but then having a mid-course correction to look at any changes to the situation, whether it's legislative changes, industry changes?
Gosh, I think it depends on the scope or the scale, perhaps. You know, I mean, if it's a significant change, then I think you'd have to have more proceedings, right? Why are we going to do this? How are we going to do this?
But I guess what I'm asking you is, so that we've had a lot of testimony about the multi-year plan versus perhaps some other approach. You're clearly sort of offering a different approach. What I'm asking you is assuming the commission were to decide to go with a multi-year plan for the company, I wanted to get your thoughts on whether you think that approach with some kind of mid-course correction could address some of the concerns that you have, and if we were to go with some kind of mid-course correction, what would your recommendation be about the kind of approach we should take?
I think what my testimony tries to communicate is that multi-year rate plans have some challenges and difficulties, and so we mention those as being capital spending governance and information asymmetry. Is that the controls of having approved a plan in advance are different than the controls that we've had as a standard rate making, which is after the fact, kind of cost review. I think anytime you're looking at a forward plan or adjustments to the plan, you still have to correct for those two things. And so I think to the extent you can devise something, and one of our suggestions was, stakeholder participation in investment planning, but, if you can come up with some things that address those issues.
Okay, so I'm asking you to come up with some things. Can you do it and I know I'm putting pressure on you.
Yeah.
But now you have the microphone.
Yeah.
And so I'm asking you, if we were to decide to follow the path of the multi-year plan, could you recommend to us ways to address your concerns, keeping the 3-year multi-year plan, but having some kind of, and it could be something other than a mid-course correction?
Well, again, we recommended the stakeholder engaged, stakeholder participation in the investment planning process. The idea behind that to increase or decrease information asymmetry and increase some capital spending governance. And so I think if you did those things in conjunction with an MRP or in conjunction with any kind of mid-course correction, you'd go quite a bit of ways to correcting for those deficiencies that we describe in our testimony.
Okay.
If that helps, Your Honor.
Okay, no, that's helpful. And anything else, Mr. Stevens? Is there?
No, I would agree with Paul.
Okay. Thank you. Very helpful.
Mr. Brave.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a specific question, then a broader philosophical question. On page 30 of your direct testimony, I'll wait for you to get there. On line 11, let me know when you get there.
Got it?
Okay.
We're there.
So, OPC asks you the question, can joint distribution planning as envisioned in the Climate Solutions Now Act help? I'm not familiar with that phrase because it's not in the Climate Solutions Now Act, so could you describe to me what you mean by that?
I mean, what we mean by distribution joint planning is not merely kind of an understanding of how the utility does it, but actual joint participation in the development of the plan, which would involve, the stakeholders all along the way, in an understanding of what the company wants to do, the company's justifications for doing so, and not just, a review of the company's plans, which is where we are today, but actually helping develop those plans and help the company make when there's a prioritization to be made, right? Because rate increases are not unlimited. When there's a prioritization to be made, how do we help make those priorities? How do stakeholders have input into those priorities? And when when the company makes a claim of, well, this is important because of this, or this is important because of that, we're not relying on a narrative. We're looking at the data on reliability, on DER accommodation, on electrification.
Well, let me ask a specific. Give me examples of what a stakeholder is to you in this kind of a grid planning process. Who would those stakeholders be?
So staff, OPC, environmental interveners, industrial interveners, MEA,
local community groups.
Sure.
Okay, so this gets me to my philosophical question. You're not familiar with the state of Maryland, but I'm pretty familiar with the way the politics works in the state of Maryland. And whenever I hear the word stakeholder, I think 10-year delay, and at best. And we have had a lot of good environmental projects. The Purple Line in southern Montgomery County, the Intercounty Connector. I know most environmentalists don't like that road, but I do, even though I'm an environmentalist. Each and every one of those things has been delayed by 35 years. And here's my concern. The philosophical concern and question I have here is that every study I've read up until now indicates that we're going to need more wires. I'm not saying that's the only thing we should do, but Maryland in particular has a transmission congestion problem. And we're going to need more solar, we're going to need more wind, we're going to need more wires, we're going to need more of everything. And so I guess I'm a little concerned at your point of view on this, because, if there were any one thing that I think we can err on the side of overbuilding, it's wires. Because the Climate Solutions Now Act is very heavily biased in favor of electrification versus natural gas expansion. And so while I may be concerned about building too many pipes underground, I doubt I will ever be too concerned about too many wires overhead. So address this concern of mine. I'm very concerned that the philosophical bent of your testimony here is kind of anti-wire.
I think it comes down to, stop me when I'm wrong, where is it needed, when is it needed, right? And so when you talk about electrification, well, which neighborhoods are that going to be? And let's plan on that. If you talk about EV adoption, well, where does that happen first? Because it's going to take decades.
Well, I mean, my view is that it's needed everywhere and it's needed tomorrow, because right now we're a net importer of electricity. We need to produce more electricity in our state, and we need to be able to move it along a very irregular geography. The state of Maryland has the weirdest geography. We're not like Colorado, a big red, box in the middle of the state on election night. It's a very strange geography that we have, and I'm very concerned that as a state we're going to allow ourselves to be delayed in implementing these kind of transmission upgrade programs.
Yeah. Well, in our experience is distribution, not transmission, so I'd encourage you to think about there is a big difference there.
But the two go hand in hand, don't they? I mean,
they do, but again, it gets down to, for example, you just mentioned that transmission is needed in certain areas, and we have this strange topography we had to deal with. That, to me, indicates an issue of geography. Where is it needed and when is it needed? And that same philosophy goes down to the distribution grid. And I share the concern about the time, any mid-course corrections and administrative time and attention, but we feel, our testimony says that multi-year rate planning doesn't have the right balance, right? You've got all the signals are go build, and there's really nothing on the other side to say, yes, go build, but how can we moderate it? How can we reduce the cost of the economy? And it's not just low-income customers, right? Because everybody pays the higher rates. Businesses pay the higher rates. You know, other residential customers besides low-income customers, right? And so you're talking about, you know, impacts on economic development in the state, and so you just got to make sure that there's balance there.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. Let's see. First of all, thank you very much for your testimony. It was very interesting and informative to read, and you know, gave me a lot to think about. I'm not secretary. I'm sorry. It's Commissioner Suchman. It's getting to that part of the day yet. But Commissioner Suchman is, you know, I think asked a lot of.
Promotion or?
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah, it would have been right. But looking at your testimony, one of the areas that I was trying to balance with the your discussion about the MYP, you also, I think, make in several places the point about Maryland utilities, you know, do not have the option of avoiding investments that require, you know, safe and reliable service. So that is something essential. So while we have a role of supervising and regulating the utility, we're not here to micromanage or run their operations.
Right.
So when I'm looking at a lot of their case, they make a, you know, I think a pretty good case on their own that you know, that they should upgrade some of the system, like the 4 kV to 13 kV. So how, when you're looking at these things, how would you decide which items you think we should specifically, you know, surgically go in and remove? Because again, they pointed, I think, several times to a witness rights testimony, which is pretty, you know, robust.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to know how you pick something like that out as something. Is it just to illustrate your point about the multi-year rate plan, the flaws in the multi-year rate plan, or is it because you thought that was something worth
pulling out,
forgetting? You know, telling us we should pluck that out of their program.
Mm-hmm. We always go with a data-driven approach. I don't know if you want to talk about risk-informed benefit cost analysis and those how you went about evaluating some of those, making some of your recommendations.
Sure. I would say that, well, first off, we're certainly in agreement that the utility has the right and the responsibility to serve customers in a safe and reliable way. One of the, I think, disagreements you probably heard in our testimony was the difference between discretionary and non-discretionary. Thank you. Because we think that providing service to new customers, making sure that that's a reliable service, those are non-discretionary. You have to do that stuff. But when you get into these other areas like 4 kV, if you say that I can delay the 4 kV to 2 years from now, that means it's discretionary. It means it doesn't have to be done right now. It's not required. And so when we look at those things, we say, okay, if it falls into that discretionary category, then we look at a risk-informed approach, which says, what's the risk? In other words, I always like to give the example, people don't protect themselves from meteors, but they could get hit by a meteor. And why don't they protect themselves from meteors? Because the probability of getting hit by a meteor is so small that it's not worth any kind of money spending on that. That's true to degrees all the way down to the very last note. So on the 4 kV system, when I looked and I did a analysis on that, I saw that the probability of the reliability probability is very low for those systems compared to the cost of replacing the systems. And so we think that approach is the approach that you should take with every part of the utility system that falls into that discretionary category. we think that the main reason, I mean, one of the main reasons that we think about that, and we really believe in this, and that is that higher rates affect local economies. And if you don't manage this now and it gets out of control, there's going to be a point out there. I think there's going to be a customer revolution that says, you're not going to spend any more money. And there's going to be lots of challenges in the future, sort of with, distributed energy power and all those kinds of things, that's going to require spending on the system. Don't shoot all your bullets now. That's what we're saying. And the way you do that is through this approach, this process approach. And when we talk about working with the utilities from a stakeholder standpoint, we're not talking about telling the utility how to run their business. What we're saying is what we think we should do. You should be applying these processes to your approach in developing how you're going to make decisions about how you're going to spend your money. That's all we've done. We just backed up and said, look, here's the approaches that we didn't dig into every one of their capacity expansion pieces. We didn't look at all their forecasts and all that stuff. We said, we're not saying that. We're just saying you haven't done a proper analysis to determine whether the spending is correct. That's
Okay, well, I'll consider that. I just,
Okay.
Again, in some areas, when there were some policies and some areas where we may need to have additional information, I thought that those areas stood out.
Yes,
as
and
places we ought to
we're-
look. Others seemed like it was right in the middle of what we expect our utilities to do, on an ongoing basis, ensuring the reliability and the safety of their
You
systems.
guys are the ultimate decision makers. We just want you to understand a perspective that says, look at the processes. That's all we're asking you to make the utility show you that they've justified this stuff in each of those areas. And then you may say, well, this one isn't cost justified, but there are other reasons why this needs to be done anyway. That's up to you. All we're saying is look at this appropriately in the first place. Make them
Okay.
show you the data.
Well, give me insight. I was trying to figure out what your threshold is,
Okay.
why you chose one thing and not another.
Yeah.
And the conduit system was another. I don't know if you were here last evening and listened to, I think it was
Right.
primarily Witness Vahos talk about some of the unique aspects of the conduit system.
That's
and,
right.
And it's a lot of politics involved in this as
It's
well.
it
So
is certainly an
but
interesting
it's essential.
situation, yeah.
Yeah, we learned it's very essential to the safe and reliable operation.
Right.
And so, again, they did kind of, I think, poke at you guys a little bit by saying you're not from Baltimore and maybe you don't fully understand. Do you think that's legitimate? Do you think you decided to pluck that out as something for us specifically to
No,
look at?
we looked at all the testimony and we looked at the areas that we think that could be improved using these kinds of approaches. And when we looked at the conduit system, I mean, I'm a director of electric distribution of asset management for Xcel Energy. I was at one time for many years. So I had a lot of dealings with capital versus expense. And to me, one of the basic concept of a capital investment was that there's an asset that the ratepayers own at the end of the day, that there's something physical that they own. And that isn't the case here. They're going to make a capital investment in something that somebody else owns. That just doesn't feel right to me as a person who was responsible for assets.
And you didn't find, again, Mr. Vahos' explanation that this is something rather unique to Baltimore.
I understand
and this
it's
is something
unique,
that it's
but
important to the BGE system.
Yeah.
And in fact, if they don't make the capital investments, it's unlikely anyone will, and that will then likely be an issue, a problem that will be borne by Baltimore City electric customers.
Personally, I feel like if you are a renter of a system, a leaser of a system, then you should demand that the system is providing the service that you're paying for. That's just my opinion.
You should let Baltimore know that.
The only thing I would add to that is, as we look at it, we were hired to look at things from a customer perspective, right? And it just seems to us that customers are not best served by making this a capital lease, because there is a premium that customers will pay over right, over and above. When something's capitalized, they pay a premium over O&M expense. And so the question is that are the reliability improvements, getting back to data, are the reliability improvements worth that premium?
Okay. In this case, I don't know if it's not BGE. I'm not sure who is going to step up. But in any case, the reason I was kind of interested is I overall, the perspective of your testimony on NYP and some of the issues that you identified as to give us a cautionary pause on to consider. I didn't quite understand though why you went into some of these specific areas of the system, and that's what I guess threw me off a little bit on your testimony. Why are you picking at these particular areas, which seem to be very legitimate areas that the company, we should again rely on the company to do what's in the best interest of the system. So, and if you have it, that was not much of a question there, but that's
well,
kind of what I'm mulling over.
So I think it goes back to what Dennis mentioned earlier, is it's not that you can't make a subjective decision as a commission to do X, Y, or Z. You should have it informed by data fully. And then if you decide, all things considered, we should do this anyway, that's fine. But I think you might get benefit from a more rigorous evaluation of different things. And so the items that we picked out were not just to pick out examples. We evaluated the data that we got in Discovery and found these to be the most egregious things. So it wasn't happenstance. Yeah.
Well, again, thank you very much for your testimony and for being here today. Thank you. Chair Hoover?
So the company's making a wide variety of investments in the distribution grid, a number of which you've raised questions and concerns about. And it's doing it in the context of this multi-year plan, so it's forecasted planning and spending and things like that. Is your concern over the investments, and this goes to sort of to Commissioner Richards' questions, are your concern about the spending related to the breadth and extent of the investments they want to make in the distribution grid, or is it more because of this 3-year plan situation where it's forecasted spending as opposed to the old way where it was rate cases where they would show up and say, hey, here's what we build and here's what we want to recover?
Mm-hmm. I mean, we observed Mr. Case yesterday say MRP does not have an influence on the capital spending. The capital spending is what the capital spending is. And that's not what our experience has been in multiple states, right? When we see multi-year rate plans, we see increased investment. That's the correlation that we see, that we have seen in the past.
So if the 3-year multi-year plan went away and we were back to the old system, does your concern about the breadth and extent of the investments reduced or go away, or?
No, it doesn't change. I mean, what we're saying is that the processes that the utility needs to use are the ones that we just described, the risk-based informed decision-making, all those analysis of whether the spending, that all still applies, whether they're going to do this in the future. They can still use those tools to make the best decisions, and we think that that's the right way to approach. Now, how the money works out in the end and how they recover the money is a big issue these days, but that's not the driver for how they should make their decisions about what's most cost effective for customers.
So I guess the flip side of that, though, is if they did that, does your concern about the 3-year plan go away?
Question.
I think there are ways to encourage certain kinds of spending. For example, if you're concerned about electrification, or you're concerned about electric vehicles, whatever you can target cost recovery to certain things, right? You don't have to have multi-year rate plans which impact all capital spending the company might come up with. And so that's just one example of an option that's available that's somewhere between the two extremes. Still gives you some controls, still has some of the benefits of the standard controls in place, yet at the same time, to those things that CSNA or what have you require, you can go in those directions without changing the entire regulatory model and the kind of the responsibilities and the shift that we describe in our testimony between, the company's responsibilities and then stakeholder responsibilities, which we think are significantly increased, in a multi-year rate plan kind of approach.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Your Honor, so we have Randy Woolridge is here. Could we have 5 minutes if you'd like to proceed to the next witness?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you want to take a recess or just?
Yeah, just a recess for 5
Okay,
minutes.
so we'll take a recess until 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, back on the record. Sure.
Sir, can you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm or the penalty of perjury, the testimony about to give, the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Professor Woolridge, do you prefer to be called Professor Woolridge or Dr. Woolridge?
Either is fine.
Okay. It's easier for me to say Professor, so if that's okay with you. Okay, my name is Gary L. Alexander. I represent the Office of People's Counsel. Good afternoon, Professor Woolridge. Would you kindly state your name for the record, please?
My name is the initial J, Randall Woolridge, and that's spelled Woolridge. Unfortunately, not Wolrich. But
Would you please state the name of your business and its address and location, please?
I'm a professor of finance at the Pennsylvania State University in University Park, Pennsylvania.
And would you please state the position that you hold in the business?
I'm a professor of finance and the Goldman Sachs Frank Smeal Fellow. Universities, they hand out, titles instead of salary increases.
Okay, Professor Woolridge, do you have before you a document titled Direct Testimony and Exhibits of J. Randall Woolridge, Ph.D., for the Office of Consumer Counsel, dated June 20, 2023?
I do.
And does your direct testimony consist of about 95 pages of narrative testimony, 3 appendices, 11 tables, 8 exhibits, and 9 figures?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also, do you have an errata to your direct testimony?
Yes, I do, and I apologize. There were 2 numbers that were wrong, and so I had to trace those 2 numbers through through my testimony. These wrong numbers kind of elevated the bottom end of my my range, but I really didn't. I focused on the DCF results, and as I say in my testimony, so it doesn't really change anything. It's just the bottom of the range comes up, but it's still 30, 40 basis points below my recommendation.
Okay. I'm sure you're going to get asked that by somebody. Am I up to OPC Exhibit 43?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, if you would, I would like to mark Professor Woolridge's direct testimony as OPC 43. And if you would mark that as Exhibit OPC 43, and how would you like the errata to be marked, Your Honor?
Well, I guess my view is it's actually part of 43, so it seems to me it's... So, I mean, if you want to do what we've done with some of these other things is if you want to do it 43A and 43B, the
Okay.
testimony 43A and the errata sheet
I think
43B. So.
Okay, so we'll do 43A as the direct testimony proper, and then OPC 43B as the one-sheet errata that I have, just for the record, I have had distributed to all counsel, the commission, and anybody else who wanted a copy.
Yeah.
All right, OPC. Right. Do you also have before you a document titled Surrebuttal Testimony of Dr. J. Randall Woolridge, Ph.D., on behalf of the Maryland Office of People's Counsel, filed on August 25, 2023?
I do.
And does your surrebuttal testimony consist of about 31 pages of narrative testimony and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that this pre-filed surrebuttal testimony be marked as OPC Exhibit 44.
So marked.
Professor Woolridge, were both of these documents, including the errata, before you either prepared by you or under your supervision and direction?
Yes.
All right. Now, other than the errata, do you have any corrections or deletions to make to either of your respective pre-filed, prepared written testimonies at this time?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today under oath as were posed in each of your pre-filed, prepared testimonies, again, other than the errata, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
For these reasons, do you adopt your pre-filed direct and surrebuttal testimonies, including the errata, respectively, as your sworn testimony in this matter?
I do.
Your Honor, I move that the direct OPC 43A and OPC 43B, the direct testimony and the errata to the direct testimony, and OPC 44, the surrebuttal testimony, be admitted as evidence into the record of this proceeding.
No objection, so admitted.
Your Honor, Professor Woolridge is now available for cross-examination. Thank you.
Okay. Walmart.
No cross.
Sierra Club. Amtrak. I think they left. Montgomery County Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense. They left too. MEA. Baltimore Gas and Electric.
Yes, Chair Hoover, I do have questions. Dr. Woolridge, Dan Herson from Baltimore Gas and Electric. Great to see you again.
Nice to see you again.
For me, doctor rolls off the tongue easier
Oh.
than professor, so if that's okay with you, I'll stick with
That's
doctor. So before we start talking about ROE, I've got two really hard-hitting questions for you because I see you're wearing your Nittany Lions colors there. First question, how are they going to do this fall?
They're going to be really good.
Really good?
Really
Okay.
good.
And then second question, would you agree with me that we're living in a crazy world where you wake up and two universities that have a view of the Pacific Ocean are now in the Atlantic Coast Conference?
It makes no sense at all.
Okay, thank you.
None whatsoever.
Yes, so now that we got all that stuff
Oh, yeah.
out of the way,
All right.
I do have to ask you some questions about ROE.
Okay.
So in this case, you're recommending an ROE for BGE of 9.10%, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay, and in fact, you recommended a base ROE of, I think it was 9.25%, but then you made a downward, I think you called it risk adjustment of 15 basis points to end up at the 9.10.
I did. I think on Exhibit JRW 1, page 2, I made that adjustment. If you look at BG&E's credit ratings, both S&P and Moody's, they're two notches better than the proxy groups we have, both Mr. McKenzie and myself. So I made that adjustment based on the difference in bond yields.
Okay,
I
fair.
mean, I think that BGE's credit ratings are the best of any of the utilities in Maryland.
Okay, so just to be clear then, where you landed though for the recommended ROEs at 9.1.
Yes.
Okay. And you're not, just a side question, you're not objecting to the proposed capital structure of 52%, correct?
No, I'm not. But as you know, my testimony, I talked that there's a big difference. The average of these proxy groups are in the low 40%, and this is a whole 10 percentage points higher. So it's one reason why the low ROE is such a big difference between the capitalization of the proxy companies that we use to estimate ROE and BG&E's recommended. But BG&E's recommended capital structure fits what the companies had in the past and what this commission is approved for.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Dr. Woolridge, I think you recall you were in the last BGE rate case decision, case 9645. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And of course, we were doing that virtually at the time. I like this a lot better, although
I agree.
Last night, if we were virtual, I could have been wearing my pajamas. But that was in the decision in that case was issued in December 2020. Do you remember that?
I remember about the time when this decision was made, yes.
Okay, subject to check. The commission actually issued its decision in December 2020. Would you
Okay,
accept that?
yes, I remember that.
Okay. And you were Maryland OPC's cost of capital witness in that proceeding,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Now, do you remember in that proceeding, you were recommending to this commission ROE for BGE of 8.75%?
I believe, yes. Yes, that's
Sound
true.
about right?
That's true.
I know you do a lot of cases, and
Yeah,
there's a lot.
that's true. I remember that.
Okay, so just to be clear then, so between BG's last rate case, which was December 2020, and this current case here in September 2023, your recommended ROE for BG has gone up 35 basis points with the risk adjustment and 50 basis points without the risk adjustment.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. December 2020, that was almost 3 years ago at this point, minus a few months, right?
Yes.
And I think in your direct testimony, you state that interest rates hit historic lows in 2020.
They did.
And since 2020, would it be fair to say that interest rates have gone up?
They most definitely have, yes.
Okay. And in fact, I want to look at something in your direct testimony, and it's actually Appendix B, which was I think you called it your economic analysis appendix.
Counsel, can you, do you have a page number?
Yeah, actually, there are no page numbers in this
No.
Appendix B, but I'm going to direct everybody to the.
I think I can find it.
Yeah, I got to direct myself to it first. Yeah, I'm actually looking at page 3 of Appendix B, if you just count from the start, and specifically figure B4.
Figure B4 must be in Appendix B.
Yes, it's in Appendix B to your direct testimony.
Oh, I thought you said C. Sorry. Yes.
Okay, so this is a figure, and correct me if I state any of this wrong. This is a correct figure that's showing 30-year Treasury yields over a period of years, correct?
It is.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to the right side of this graph. It looks like we see, and I'm putting my glasses on here because it's a little hard to see, but looking down at the labels, it looks like we have a sort of bottoming out of that graph somewhere in the neighborhood of September. Looks like September 2020, something around that.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, and I'm not going to characterize the slope upward of this graph because my good friend Mr. Alexander might object if I try to characterize it. But I'm going to use your words up above here where it says increase significantly in 2022. Is that a fair statement?
Oh yeah, yes, they did. As we know, they were historic lows in 2020, and certainly at the beginning. It really began at the beginning of 2022 when interest rates started to rise.
Okay, fair enough. And that's had an impact on interest rates in the economy in general, has it not?
Oh, definitely.
So, like, for instance, mortgage rates, they're higher now than they were in December 2020, right?
Yes, they are.
And auto loan rates, those are higher now as well?
Yes, they are.
And even my good old-fashioned savings account, I seem like I'm making more on interest now than I
Not much
was.
more.
Not much, but maybe a little
Banks
bit more.
aren't real. They haven't reacted to interest rates like everybody else has.
Okay, but would you accept that in general, investors are making more now in savings accounts than they
Yes,
were
I would agree with
December 2020? Okay, and bond yields, including utility bond yields, those are up from 2020 as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I also, sticking with your Appendix B here, can you flip back 2 pages to page 1 and figure B1?
Yes, those are A-rated treasury bonds. I mean,
Right.
A-rated utility bonds.
Right, and then again, I want to direct your attention to the right-hand side of that chart. And again, we seem to have a low point in the September 2020 time period. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then again, the curve is going up to the present time. And in your words, we had up above there, we had a bottoming out in the 3% range in 2020 and 2021 due to the economic fallout from COVID, and increased interest rates increased in general in 2022 and are now in the 5.5% range. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think that's all we need to do to look at Appendix B. For
Well,
now.
actually, the one point I'd like to make in Appendix B was at the end of Appendix B, I show a study which shows that the relationship between authorized ROEs and 30-year Treasury yields, and the summary was that authorized ROEs never reflected those interest rates of 20 and 21. And I have a table there, B2, just it goes through the numbers and shows even in 2022. In 2022, we had interest rates went up by over 100 basis points. Authorized ROEs went up 16 basis points. So on the way down, authorized ROEs never sank. On the way back up, they've been slow to come back up. And I think that really goes back to my 8.75 recommendation in the last BGE case. I mean, if I was relying on interest rates, I would have been much lower, and I focused more on the DCF results. And I never, and one reason being was because authorized ROEs weren't going down as far as interest rates went.
Okay. Another question back to the utility bonds, though, real quick. On the increase, Witness McKenzie, BGE's ROE witness, he had a chart in his rebuttal testimony. I can show it if you'd like. But he said that on average, the utility bonds in that period of time we've been talking about went up 270 basis points. Do you quarrel with that?
It could be that much, yes. I would agree with that.
Okay, fair enough. And real quick, before we leave this topic, inflation. Even though it appears down off its late 2022 peak, would you agree that it's still higher than it was in 2020?
Well, it's higher, but again, what we're concerned about what investors expect inflation to be. And I have a study in my testimony where I look at the tip spreads and look at long-term inflation is expected to be 2.25%, which is pretty close to the Fed's 2%. So investors, when they're investing their money, looking at the Treasury inflation-protected securities, are expecting about over the next 5, 10, and 30 years about a 2.25% inflation rate.
Yeah, I understood. I was just asking about the period from December 2020 to the present.
I'm sorry.
The inflation has gone up.
It has gone. Now it's in the 3.2% range, something like that.
Yeah. The Federal Reserve Open Market Committee, you're familiar with that body?
Yes.
They have been trying to tame inflation for some time, correct?
Yes.
And I don't know a lot about this, but my understanding it's called quantitative tightening.
Yes.
They've been engaged in quantitative tightening efforts in recent years, correct?
And they're increasing the discount rate, and that's why we have the inverted yield curve, that sort of thing. I mean, one thing the inverted yield curve shows is, yeah, inflation is high currently, but investors don't expect it to stay there.
So I want to talk about the federal funds rate real quick. So they have raised that a number of times in the past couple years.
Oh, no, I talk about that in my testimony, yes.
So I was looking at their website as well, and when I look at the time period between when this commission last issued a decision for BGE, December 2020, and the present time, it looks to me like they've raised the federal funds rate 11 straight times for a total increase of 525 basis points, or 5.25%. Does that sound right?
I agree, and I discussed that in my testimony. That affects short-term rates, but that's why we have an inverted yield curve, because long-term rates, investors' expectations are lower going into the future.
Okay, but there hasn't been a decrease since December.
No, there has not.
Okay. And this quantitative tightening we were talking about, coupled with the higher interest rates, are those some of the tools that the Fed uses to try to tame inflation or
Yes.
combat? Okay.
Yes.
And you saw Chairman Powell's comments at Jackson Hole a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
And I don't want to speak for him, but it looks like he's saying inflation is still an issue, and they're still keeping an eye on it.
I think the Feds, if you watch kind of how their posture on it, it's like they're hoping to get back to 2%, but they know it's not going to happen overnight. But they know that they have to keep that rate high enough to kind of slow things down.
Okay, and is it fair to say that Chairman Powell did not rule out a potential additional hike in the
Yes, I know. I'm buying Treasury bills right now. They offer a good return, much better than that bank account of yours.
Yes, I would definitely agree with you on that point. All right, so back to the ROE at hand. So again, just to level set, since the last rate case, your recommended ROE for BG has risen 35 basis points from 8.75 to 9.10, correct?
And yeah, and as I explained, went back then, it didn't reflect interest rates because I looked at mostly DCF results and gave very little weight to interest rates CAPM because they were so low, and authorized ROEs were not declining to nearly the extent that interest rates did.
Is it fair to say that you're, and I know you and Mr. McKenzie and all the other very smart ROE witnesses in this case run your models, and I'm not going to pretend to know the details of all those, but is it fair to say that, that jump in your recommended ROE is supported by or generally reflective of the change in economic conditions we've seen in this country in the last couple of years?
The other thing is, and Mr. McKenzie and I take different approaches on this, but it's when you're looking at cost of capital with a interest rate based like CAPM, it's also the risk premium, the market risk premium, and how it moves with interest rates. And as I explained in my testimony, a number of the sources, I use investment firms and how they estimate a market risk premium, and those market risk premiums have come down as interest rates have gone up, and that's why they've kind of offset somewhat, not one for one, but somewhat.
Yeah, understood. Is it fair to say that investors now, in general, are probably looking for a greater return on that investment than maybe they were in December 2020?
Well, I think they're looking at. I mean, you could say in December 2020 the market risk premium is really high because things were bad and we're looking for the economy to turn around, that sort of thing. And so when the prices go down, the expected returns usually go up because you're paying a lower price to get in, but you're taking a lot more risk because obviously in 20 and 21, investors were scared.
Yeah, I hear you, Dr. Woolridge. I guess I'm just saying the average investor who doesn't have access to these models or doesn't understand all these models, would they be expecting, in general, a higher interest rate now than
but their fears are reflected in market prices, and I think Mr. McKenzie and I would definitely agree on that.
Okay, fair enough. Now, real quick before I finish here, I want to talk about your ROE of recommended ROE of 9.10. You would acknowledge that ROE is lower than the average ROE that the Maryland Public Service Commission has awarded utilities in recent years, correct?
Well, I agree, and I would say this. I discussed this in my testimony. In Maryland, if you look back in 2020, 2021, Maryland's ROEs were kind of a straight line. They never reflected the low interest rates of 20 and 21. They were kind of 9.4, 9.5, that sort of thing, very consistently. And the second point I bring up, that Maryland authorized returns have always been close to the average for electric utilities, and yet, BG&E, 3/4 of BGE's electric generation, and electric generation are authorized ROEs for electric generation companies were in the 9.1% range in 21 and 22. Maryland's have still been about 9.5. So I discussed this in my testimony that Maryland's ROEs never dipped, and they never really reflected what other generation electric utilities were getting. It reflected pretty much the average of a lot of the generation and the vertically integrated utilities.
Dr. Woolridge, you kept saying generation. Did you mean distribution?
Yeah.
You understand
No,
BGE doesn't own generation.
I misspoke. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Just want to be clear.
Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah, about your testimony, actually, on page 14 of your direct, if I could direct you to that page, you have a table there, and again, I'm going to have to wear my glasses because it's very small. This shows the Maryland authorized ROEs from 2010 to 2023, correct?
Yes.
And
this should probably be a bigger table.
I would agree with you on that one, sir. So it looks like, looking at this table, which again goes back to 2010, the lowest ROE that this commission has ever awarded was 9.31%. And that, I'll just show you, looked like it was Pepco back in July 2012. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you would agree with that. And then, so, 9.31%, I mean, if this commission was to go with your recommended ROE, they would still have to go to the lowest awarded ROE in the past 13 years and still shave 21 basis points off, correct?
Well, I agree, and I said, I think Maryland authorized returns have been relatively high, never reflected 20 and 21, and don't really reflect what generation, distribution, electric distribution companies have been awarded for ROEs.
Okay, last question then. So if the commission were to adopt your recommended ROE of 9.10, that would mean a downward departure of 40 basis points for BG's electric business and 55 basis points for their gas business from their current awarded ROE. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, because I think they've been a little high, certainly not reflecting distribution companies.
Okay, fair enough. That's all I have for you, Dr.
Okay.
Woolridge. It's great to see you again. Thank you.
Staff,
Staff has no cross.
any redirect?
Just a few, and some of it is just, you mentioned in response, do you recall in response to one of Mr. Herson's questions, do you recall mentioning the acronym TIPS?
Yes.
Can you, for the court reporter, say what that acronym?
Treasury Inflation Protected Securities.
And can you briefly say what the difference is between TIPS bonds and regular Treasury bonds?
The TIPS bonds are you're protected against inflation, so they look at the difference between the yield on, say, 5, 10, or 30-year Treasury bonds and the yield on those that are protected against inflation. And that difference shows you what the expected inflation rate is over 5 years, 10 years, and 30 years. And actually, in my testimony, on figure B7, I show the TIPS yields over 5, 10, and 30 years, and the average expected inflation over longer currently for 5, 10, and 30 years is about 2.25%.
And do you recall that Mr. Herson asked you about quantitative tightening?
Yes.
Well,
we used to talk about quantitative easing, but now it's called quantitative tightening.
Oh, is that the same thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Just in a different
Then
direction.
I don't need to ask the next question. Okay. When you mentioned in response to the question, do you recall that you mentioned something about an inverted yield curve?
Yes.
Again, very briefly, can you state what an inverted yield curve is, briefly?
Well, the inverted yield curve I show on page, on figure B8, and it simply means that short-term rates are up. Matter of fact, out to a year, they're up at 5.5% right now. Longer-term rates are about 4.25. And but the short-term rates are high because the Fed has jacked up the discount rate, trying to slow the economy and slow inflation, and they keep up and up and up, but it's, and I say in my testimony, every time in the last 50 years that we've had an inverted yield curve, we had a recession within a year. Now this yield curve has been inverted for almost a year, and there's a real debate in the market about whether we may escape a recession for the first time in the last 50 years. And I thought for sure we were going to have one right away, and it's just the economy, and it's mostly consumer spending. You look at why every time they come out with another report, consumer spending is really bailing out the economy.
Okay, did you recall in response to one of Mr. Herson's questions, you used the term CAPM, the acronym? Could you say for the record what the CAPM stands for?
The CAPM is an acronym for the Capital Asset Pricing Model. Mr. McKenzie and I both use. I think everybody uses it. It was something that I remember many years ago. You couldn't get anybody to buy it in a utility rate case, but eventually the developers of CAPM won a Nobel Prize, and utility commissions probably about 25 years ago got more comfortable with using the capital asset pricing model as a model to estimate the cost of equity capital.
And I have just one last question, which is, and it's something that puzzled me for years. It's standard in every article about bond prices that as the price goes up, the yield comes down. Now, when the government issues a treasury bond, the cost of the bond and the interest bond, assuming that it goes to its term, remains the same.
Yeah,
So
well-
what are we talking about when we say that prices and yield is that the original term of the bond?
Yeah, when it say the price right now, Treasury's about 4.25%. Well, say it has a coupon it pays it every 6 months. So let's say it's 4% for you. So your $1,000 bond, every 6 months you get 2% interest, so you get 4% a year. Trouble is that's fixed for all 30 years. Now, if you buy that bond, hold it for 30 years, you earn 4%. But between when you buy it and 30 years, interest rates in the markets go up and down. Well, say the demand for say the investors demand a 6% return on a 30-year Treasury. Well, if you buy that one with a 4% coupon, if you buy it $1,000, you're not getting 6%, you're getting 4%. So in the marketplace, people will no longer pay $1,000 for their bond. They're going to pay something lower so that they can earn the 6% everybody else is getting in the market. So that's that inverse relationship between bond prices and interest rates.
And so we're just talking about the market for bonds when we
Yes.
say that, not the
It's
original.
in the secondary market. Yeah.
Right, the secondary market. Okay, Your Honor, thank you. That's all I have.
Questions from commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
Actually, I don't have any questions. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Barbe.
No, I'm good too.
No
Commissioner-
questions?
Well, actually, I have one. And
Good.
I'd
I'd like to talk to the commissioners.
That's fine. So we'll give you your chance. So when the company's witness testified, Mr. McKenzie, he encouraged us to take note of and take consideration of the fact that interest rates had dramatically changed from the last MRP case to this one. And the question I posed to him was that they had changed dramatically between now and then, but how do we decide the impact of interest rates when we don't know what they're going to look like 3 years hence? You know, since they've gone, as your discussion with Mr. Hersom was, they were relatively low back in 2020, start going up in 2022 and 2023, now they're high. You know, what's to say that in 23 years from now they won't be back down again because of the, uncontrollable events occurring around the world? So, what's your response?
Well, that reflects, obviously, if investors knew interest rates are going to be higher in 2 years, they wouldn't pay the price that they're paying in the marketplace. So investors take in their expectations, when they're buying bonds at 4%, say, they're taking into account what expected inflation is, economic, the two biggest drivers of interest rates are expected economic growth and inflation. Okay. That's going to drive interest rates. So if investors thought those rates are going to go up, but the economy is going to be booming or inflation is going to go up, they would price those to reflect the expected level of interest rates 3-4 years down the road. Obviously there's uncertainty. We don't know. You never know when something's going to happen, whether it's like COVID or something like that. There's risks there. But today, when investors are buying these instruments, whether it's stocks, bonds, it's taking into account what they expect in the future.
Okay.
And it's tough because the future, as we know.
Okay, so Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you. All right, so in the state of Maryland, the legislature and the governor are going to begin to put the state of Maryland onto an upward glide path for electrification. And we're not the only state that's doing this, but to do that, BGE, Pepco, all the utilities are going to have to invest more money. They're going to have to raise more capital. So I'm not saying that I take this position, but could one reasonably make the argument that maybe 9.1% isn't enough to accommodate an industry where there is going to be a demonstrable need to invest in infrastructure? Could such an argument be credibly made?
Yeah, but I would also say, like, I'm testifying in New Jersey right now, and they're making the opposite argument. In other words, they're going to statewide electrification. They're like Maryland. They have distribution electric utilities. And they're making the point that this is going to make it easier because, you know, they're passing all sorts of mechanisms so that as utilities do what the commission wants to do and the legislature and make these investments, you know, it's not like the old days. You make the investment and you recover it in the next rate case. You make the investment, and every quarter or half year, you're going to recover that cost of that investment. And obviously in New Jersey, I don't know the differences specifically between New Jersey and Maryland, but they're both distribution-only utilities, and they're going through electrification. And what they're doing is providing so that utilities can recover, you know, what the legislators want them to do. And so that's why they argue in New Jersey the risk goes down.
So, okay, so basically the argument, to summarize your argument, you're saying that because these investments are recoverable, there's the relationship between return on equity and the ability to raise capital is just completely different from what it is in the private marketplace.
Yeah, exactly. And all you have to do is read an investment report on Exelon or any electric utility. Or look at the presentations they make to investors. One of the things they demonstrate and show, here's our rate base growing. You know, the trouble is demand for electricity is not going up. So how are you going to grow your revenues? Well, what do they do and tell investors? They're going to say, look at our rate base going up. Our earnings are going to follow our rate base. And, you know, why is it going to do that? Because they get to recover those things.
Well, the number of electrons per capita are definitely going up in this state, so over the next 20 years. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Witness.
Okay, so I just have one follow-up question because Commissioner Barve had a question, and so he actually caused me to sort of ask. It is completely your fault. So in this New Jersey proceeding that you're talking about, in terms of the cost recovery, so what you're saying is the mechanisms in place are actually encouraging utilities to make the kinds of investments.
Well, and I think the New Jersey legislature, they want them to make it. They want it.
Right.
Want to
but,
go.
Okay. So, in terms of the utilities' ability to recover those costs, do you know what kinds of mechanisms are in place in New Jersey? I mean, is
Well, it's capital trackers. It's the same sort of thing you see.
Well, I guess my question is, when can the utility recover its costs? Is it sort of an immediate ability?
Quarterly adjustment.
Okay, so quarterly through the year, four times a year, the adjustment is made.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Rowland?
Chair Hoover?
Yes, sir.
So we have one more witness that we're able to put on today. And after that, I think the next two witnesses that we have, they are coming in this evening, so they'd be unavailable until tomorrow morning.
Sure, and that's actually fine. I think, doing this last witness, and we'll probably wrap it up for the day, so.
Okay. All right, Mark?
Are you? We're up to 44. Okay. So yours 45. Your Honor,
We can do the preliminary, so why don't
okay. Your Honor, OPC calls to the stand Mr. Kenji Takahashi. Mr. Takahashi, could you?
Actually, yes, yeah, you have to look at it.
Yes, I do. Mr. Takahashi, could you please state your full name for the record?
Kenji Takahashi,
And what is the name and address of your employer?
Synapse Energy Economics, and 485 Massachusetts Avenue, Suite 3, Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Mr. Takahashi, what position do you hold at Synapse?
Principal Associate.
Mr. Takahashi, do you have before you today a document in this case titled The Public Direct Testimony of Kenji Takahashi, dated June 20th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Does this document contain 76 pages of narrative testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Takahashi, do you also have before you a document in this case titled The Confidential Direct Testimony of Kenji Takahashi, dated June 20th, 2023?
Yes.
Does this document also contain 76 pages of narrative testimony?
Yes.
And Mr. Takahashi, do you have before you 2 clean errata pages filed to your direct testimony on September 1st, 2023, along with 2 exhibits filed on September 1st, 2023?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Takahashi, in your direct testimony, do you address the electrification plan proposed by BGE in this case that the Commission ordered to be removed from the case?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Okay. And have you identified the parts of your testimony where you discuss the electrification plan?
Yes.
Okay. Now, before we proceed, I want to just clarify for the Commission and Council the situation, which is that, is a little different from the situation last night when Mr. Case, identified the sections of his testimony, in that Mr. Takahashi's direct testimony discusses the electrification plan, but does so sort of in the context of both the E3 study, which we've heard testimony about, and the 1898 study that we've heard testimony about. Now, there's some places in his testimony where they're just blocks of text that discuss the electrification plan, and that's very easy to remove. There are other places where the discussion is of the E3 study or the 1898 study, but there are references to the electrification plan. So I think there are 2 possible ways we could deal with those situations. The one is to sort of surgically strike parts of questions and answers that refer to the plan, or we could leave those in there, acknowledging that there are sort of these trace vestiges of references to the electrification plan. OPC's preference would be the latter, because if we sort of surgically strike words, then we're kind of changing the actual questions that were asked. And we don't think allowing 1 or 2 stray references to the plan in the context of testimony about these studies that are obviously relevant to the case would be problematic. But I wanted to just get the Commission's view on that, and Counsel for BGE, I'm sure, wants to respond.
Go right ahead.
Sure. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Sure.
We're okay with what I heard is kind of option B, the non-surgical. I think we all understand that the electrification plan has been stricken from this case, and so to the extent there's any residual testimony that touches on that, that is off limits, if you will, in this case at this point. So we're okay with option B.
Okay.
Good. All right. I take it staff's okay with.
We are, but I will just state for the record that staff doesn't really think that the E3 study should be in this case either.
Well, like that ship sailed, so.
Well, thank you. So with that, Mr. Takahashi, I'm going to ask you to go through your testimony, and this is just the direct, right? In your surrebuttal testimony, you do not address the electrification plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, you address it only to the extent that you're saying you're not going to address it because of the removal.
Right.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Takahashi, could you please take us through your direct testimony and identify the sections where you discuss the electrification plan?
Yes.
And let's please start with the table of contents.
Okay. So on page I, the section Roman numeral 3, this entire section, and Roman numeral 4. And
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Takahashi. Number 4 is studies that
sorry,
BG.
5.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just 4 remains, but 5 comes out. Correct.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
That is correct. Yeah. And the Roman numeral 6, A, right? B stays, right? And then C is relevant. Yeah.
C is removed.
C contain. Yeah.
Okay, so just so I'm straight on this, so you're saying Roman numeral 3, Roman numeral 5, Roman numeral 6A, and Roman numeral 6C.
C. Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, if you want to just continue to take us
Yeah.
through your
Okay.
testimony.
So, okay. Yeah. So I'll go through all the relevant parts. Yeah. So please go to page 4, line from 10 to 16. Next page 5, line from 5 to 20 to the end. Next page 6, line from 1 to 9. And from 11 to 13, there are 2 specific parts that we are going to strike. I'm going to strike. Line 11, the part starts from and references to support its electrification program proposal.
I'm sorry, if I could interrupt, I think this is one of those instances where, when we went through this, Mr. Takahashi, I kind of surgically identified references, but Mr. Takahashi, I think the commission has said that it's okay for these traces to remain. So I think this is an instance, lines 10 to 13, where if it's acceptable to the commission and the parties, we would suggest that these trace references can stay because it's in the context of this discussion of the E3 study.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Mr. Takahashi?
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I'll go to page 7, from line 11 to 19. And page 8, 9. Okay.
Do you mean the entirety of those
Right,
pages?
from page, 8 to 12. Yeah, all of these pages I'm proposing to strike. Okay. And page 13, from 1 to 14. Okay. Then the next one is on page 16, from line 4 to 21. And actually from here through page 30 all the way. To line 8 on page 30. Then skipping to page 32, line 19. Going to the next page, page 33, the entire page. And page 34, the entire page. And page 35 from line 1 to 12. Yep. Then skip to just 1 second. Page 60. Right. From line 3, I'm going to strike all the way to page 75, to the end of 75. Yes. That's all. Yes.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Takahashi. Your Honor, I'd like to mark as OPC Exhibit 45A, the public direct testimony of Kenji Takahashi, including the errata pages and exhibits filed on September 1st, 2023, but not including the sections of the testimony that Mr. Takahashi just identified.
So marked.
Your Honor, I would like to mark as OPC Exhibit 45B, the confidential direct testimony of Kenji Takahashi, again, including the errata pages and 2 exhibits filed on September 1st, 2023, but not including the sections of the testimony that Mr. Takahashi just identified.
So marked.
Mr. Takahashi, do you also have with you today a document titled The De-Designated Sur Rebuttal Testimony of Kenji Takahashi, filed on August 28, 2023, containing 31 pages of narrative testimony and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
Is this a revised version of the confidential sur rebuttal testimony of Kenji Takahashi that OPC publicly filed on August 25th, 2023, reflecting BGE's de-designation of the confidential materials contained therein?
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the de-designated sur rebuttal testimony of Kenji Takahashi as OPC Exhibit 46.
So marked.
Mr. Takahashi, were these documents that have been identified and are before you now prepared by you or for you under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Mr. Takahashi, do you have any corrections or deletions to make to your testimonies other than the errata that we've discussed?
No.
Mr. Takahashi, if you were asked the same questions today under oath that were posed to you in your pre-filed testimonies, would your responses today be the same?
Yes, same.
And for these reasons, do you adopt these pre-filed testimonies as your own sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Your Honor, OPC moves the documents marked as OPC Exhibit 45A, OPC Exhibit 45B, and OPC Exhibit 46 for admission into evidence.
Seeing no objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor, and the witness is available for examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak, not here. Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW. Department of Defense, not here. MEA. Baltimore Gas and Electric.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
Oh, any questions from the bench? No, sorry. Well, thanks for coming.
Yeah, great to see you.
Yeah. All right.
We
Well, I
can
guess-
ask you a football question.
That's right. Have a nice trip back north. So. Okay, I guess with that, we are done for today, and tomorrow morning we start with MEA's witness, correct? Okay. So we'll see everybody tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Thank you.
If we get through MEA, the rest of OPC's witnesses, where are we going from there?
Well, the only body left is staff, so.
What about the two, have we made a decision on the two union?
Oh, actually, so the IBEW witness is only available on Friday, so he will go Friday morning, and I suppose if I think we'll still have other people to do on Friday anyway, so, but he goes on Friday, but yeah, we'll be moving to staff after we finish with OPC and MEA, so.
What about the other guy? We still don't know.
I think the deal is he's probably not going to appear. So unless he materializes, I wouldn't necessarily worry about him. So
Who was that? Who's the other guy?
that was Steve Lanning, who was a witness for one of the union. Right, yeah, which I think is a union entity, but I forget which one. So yeah.
I'll write to him tonight.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks so much.